Welcome to the Hopeless stream. We have gathered once again for another hopeless game.
What is the name of the game?
Well, it's called Far Away.
Far Away.
So, and we're sitting far away in Denmark.
Yes.
On this beautiful spring day, actually, today.
Yeah.
It's pretty cold, but the sun is up.
Seems like the sun didn't make it any warmer.
The sun didn't do any good, actually.
It was only for show.
Yeah, it was only for show. So now we're just sitting here. And so today we're going to move into kind of a different genre than we usually play, actually.
Yeah.
We're going to play sci-fi this time. Because normally it's like horror or dark fantasy or sci-fi is... well, we do play sci-fi games. It's not that.
Yeah, we do, but it seems like we've been dwelling mostly in the past and the fantasy realms this last couple of streams.
So, and also perhaps we've been on many inner journeys, I would say, in the last streams. And this time we're actually going to travel into space to explore. But perhaps it's also a little bit the space inside ourselves.
Wow, deep.
That's where we go.
That's pretty fucking deep. Let me just check, as I always do, check the audio.
Yeah, let's check that everything is up and running. So this is a game designed by Alexander Jerabek from Cherry-Pick Games. And it's, as we said, called Far Away. It's a space exploration game.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting game in the sense that whenever you play a mission in this game, you crash land on some distant planet. And that's how every game begins. And we've been sent to this planet by the Federation. We don't really know what the Federation is. But it sounds to me as if Earth is fucked.
So do you think we're Earth travelers? It doesn't even have... who knows if it's even from Earth?
I mean, we're humanoids, but I don't actually know if we are from Earth. But we're definitely humanoids, and
You call this a humanoid? This is apparently representation.
Yeah, we're using kind of a little bit different components from the original game.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair
enough. We've taken them from some very obscure games. I actually think that perhaps the most obscure thing, if you show them our space rocket there that we travel in. Yeah. So this is space rockets from a game that is so obscure that it's not on BGG.
Wow. There we go. Deep lore here.
There are not a lot of games that are not on BGG, but this one is not. This is from Mangal Yug, which is an Indian space exploration game, which comes from a design studio and was only published in a very limited number. And I was lucky to pick one up when I was in India.
When is it from?
It was designed, I think, just a few years ago, actually.
Okay.
But it's...
Maybe because India has a space program now, right?
Yes, and this game is called Mangal Yug, which is basically a game about the Indian space program. And it has all these wonderful wooden cubes, so our astronauts and our spaceship, they're from Mangal Yug.
So why aren't we playing Mangal Yug?
Well, there are many reasons that we're not playing Mangal Yug. Mangal Yug is a very strange game. It's an interesting game. It's played on two boards simultaneously. One represents Earth and one represents Mars. And on Earth, you're sort of moving around and trying to get the funding and the resources to be able to make an expedition to Mars. And then on Mars, when you land there, you move around Mars and try to establish colonies and harvest resources. So it takes place on two game boards, and it's a very, I would say, simplistic game in many ways. The game on Earth is formed out like a goose game, which is just a race game where you move in a spiral. And the game on Mars is more like sort of a very light Euro game, where you move around in hexes and gather resources. So yeah, there are many reasons that we're not playing that game.
And the Goose Game, which might not actually be the Goose Game.
The Goose Game might actually be the Pelican Game, but that's a long story.
We don't have time to get into it today. We only have 4 hours.
We only have 4 hours. We cannot possibly explain why the Goose Game is actually the Pelican Game.
Look it up, people. The conspiracy goes deep.
I'm not sure you can just look it up. I think yeah, if you do a really deep dive, if you start looking at articles and start Googling goose games and pelican imagery, you may discover something that I'm sure you didn't know.
And you were not meant to know.
Maybe. I mean, we're gonna travel into an unknown world, unknown territory. And the thing is that the federation that we're working for, they're kind of a cheap-ass federation. They have this faster-than-light technology.
As most federations are.
Yeah. They sent us in this space shuttle, but this space shuttle can only hold 2 people. They don't build them any bigger.
Oh.
And because it's so expensive, that's what the Federation tells us, because it's so expensive to make these expeditions, there are things that they do not supply us with. So, for example, they don't supply a landing gear for a space shuttle, which means that we're going to crash land.
Okay. Seems a little bit haphazard.
Yeah.
Haphazardly.
And also, they don't provide first aid kits.
No.
So don't get wounded. In this game, if you take 2 wounds, you just die. So the instructions from the Federation is try to avoid the first wound.
Avoid wounds.
Yeah.
At all costs.
And then also, perhaps most significantly, they do not supply us with radios.
Did they supply us with training before even going on this mission?
Well, there is some kind of holographic training that you can go through, but we skipped that, and we're gonna go straight into mission 1 after the training mission. So this is a real life mission. But not having radios means that when we are not sharing a hex on the board together, we'll actually not be able to communicate.
Okay.
We are going to communicate because this is a live stream. It would be very boring if we weren't communicating. But we cannot discuss sort of mechanically what it is we do in the game when we're away from each other. Okay. So when we're together, we can strategize a little bit. And then when we're away from each other, we just have to hope that we intuitively, work as one mind and do things that makes everything work out in the end.
Well, hopefully our extensive training will, make us move like a unit, make it obvious what you were supposed to do without communication.
Yeah,
we're so trained, we're so in tuned with a machine.
I think it says something about training here. Yeah, so it says that the Federation has scaled all exploration missions to what, and now it comes, to what 2 highly capable, athletically gifted, and mentally stable individuals can do, assuming they share a profoundly deep cooperative ability. We hope this matches your description.
Hope? I'm sure. I thought we were handpicked.
Well, apparently, I think they have decided that we're highly capable. I don't know why. They also decided that we are athletically gifted, which
I wish.
I think that's a stretch. And then perhaps the biggest stretch of them all is mentally stable.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. Within reason.
Within reason, yeah. So the way that this is going to work is that we're going to crash land in the middle of the board that you see there. We're on the central tile where our spaceship has just crash landed, and we're these 2 astronauts that just stepped out. You're the red astronaut, I'm the yellow astronaut. And we do have a mission briefing to go on. But before we get into that, I'd like to say a few things about the game, because this is a game that I think is a brilliant game. It's a wonderful game design. It's one of those games that seems to come out of nowhere and completely challenge what the received notions of what a board game is. It just challenges that, in the sense that this is a game, it has rules, but it also have a lot of rules that you sort of have to interpret and that you have to more or less make up as you go along. Because this creature, this planet is inhabited by strange creatures, and we don't know what these creatures are or how they react or how they live in this environment. So as we play along, we're actually gonna decide what these creatures are, or decide how they react to the environment and how they react to us. So this is not so much a game about completing a mission as it is a game about building a consistent world, building a whole ecosphere. So that's really what we're going to do in the game.
So as we discover this universe that we've landed on, or this planet that we landed on, we also sort of explore the rules of the planet, or how the planet works.
Yeah, we're gonna explore. We're gonna find out how the planet works, but there are rules, but we're gonna decide how these rules are navigated by these different creatures on the planet. So the way you can think of it is that we, as the astronauts, because we're the humanoids from the Federation, so we follow certain rules. There are certain things we can do and we cannot do. The creatures is another story. They have some heuristic rules, like we know whether they like meat or whether they're small or they're big or they're parasites. They like to be in groups. They like to be alone. And then that information we have to translate into some kind of game mechanical behavior in the game. So it's really a game where we sort of almost make up the rules as we go along, I'd say.
Okay, so we are sort of we have to decipher what we think the rules are for the animals for the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then try to give them some kind of consistent, logical or illogical. We don't know that they're logical animals. They may have a very sort of aberrant way about them, but we're just going to decide that as we play along.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing we need to do is to establish a sun on this planet.
Wow.
So,
okay. Cool. Yeah.
So perhaps we should light the sun.
Okay. We do have a few candles here.
Let's do that.
This one is, I think, off screen. Doesn't matter.
We're gonna light the off-screen candle first.
Yes. For dramatic effect.
And here comes the real one. And
What
then
about what about some morning mist?
yes, let's add some morning mist. This is actually a pine incense stick. So we're gonna have the smell of pine. So there's something resembling pine trees perhaps on this planet.
Yeah.
And actually, if you look at the map as it is now, there's a lot of forest on the map. All these green tiles, they are forest tiles. So we've crash landed in the middle of a forest. And right now our space shuttle is damaged. So we cannot escape from this planet before we have repaired our spaceship. And so if things get too hot for us on this planet, we can always try to repair the space shuttle and just go back.
But going back, what are we going back to? I mean,
The Federation.
The Federation, and they probably won't be pleased.
No, because the thing is that the Federation, they don't record failures because failures generate bad press.
And we don't have a landing gear on this aircraft either.
No,
or the
that's why we've crashed. So our starting position.
How do we even leave again if our spaceship crash landed?
Well, we need to find certain resources that we can use to repair our spaceship with.
Okay.
So this is our crash site. There is also the thing that some creatures may take an interest in our spaceship, our damaged spaceship, and they may damage it even further, even beyond repair, so we can never get off. So, I mean, in many ways, it's kind of a reckless thing to send us out here, but apparently the Federation has a lot of these really cheap space shuttles, and they're just shooting them out, and they're looking for something. And that's why I think that wherever we come from, if it is Earth that we come from, something's terribly wrong down there.
So we don't know the exact motives of the Federation.
We have
don't
no
know
idea.
Are they looking to colonize something? Are they looking for some sort of artifact or some resource that they want to harvest, or what? We don't know.
We don't know. They just give us a job description, and we just have to do that.
Yeah.
An interesting thing is that, I mean, we may also have values of our own that we develop throughout the game.
We may or may not have values.
We may or may not have values. If we decide to have values, we may not necessarily like what the Federation tells us to do. So that's also something we can debate as we go along, because situations can arise where we're told to do things that we may not think is cool.
Okay, so we are in communication with the Federation as we go along.
We're not in communication.
Okay.
But if we get back, we'll of course gonna record everything. And I don't know. I'm sure we are bugged somehow. They probably know everything that's going on.
They have more communication on us than we have with each other.
Yeah, and I think if we decide to go against the wishes of the Federation, we should probably just stay out here on this planet. We probably shouldn't go back, because I don't think that's going to be pretty.
And can we breathe the air?
We have special suits which are called cares. You can see this is the if you're interested in joining one of the Federation's expeditions, here is the recruitment poster. I don't know if you can see it here. It says the Federation Alliance cares. You will be fine. That's all they give us. And cares is actually an acronym. Everything in this game is an acronym. And cares, a care is the suits that we're wearing, and cares are contained aerobic reclamation environmental suits.
Oh wow!
So that's what we're wearing.
Okay.
and we can breathe in the suit. I don't know. I mean, there are animals about, so there is some kind of atmosphere that these animals can survive in. But whether we can survive in, I don't know. And again, as the Federation says, to try to avoid the first wound.
Okay. So
should we do the mission briefing?
Yeah.
And then let's just get into it.
I like that we just crash landed, and the first thing we do is read a mission briefing. What was it?
We didn't have time. We were called up hurriedly. We went to just enter the shuttle, and we shut off, and now we've crash landed. And so, what are we actually supposed to do here? So the mission is the outpost mission, and it reads: the Federation Alliance expands throughout the known universe by pushing the boundaries of what is known. So that's what we're doing. We're pushing the boundaries of what is known.
Exploration, basically.
Thanks to deep space telemetry, we can safely is a key word here, discover new habitable worlds. However, the galactic law requires us to establish a physical presence on a planet before claiming ownership.
So it's also a land grabbing operation.
It's a little bit like when we were playing something like Endurance going to Antarctica. I think it is this colonizing idea that the first people who plant a flag on this soil, which completely in disregard of whoever lives there before, they now own this place.
Yeah, classic.
So that's what we're going to do. So you and your partner, that's us, we are traveling to a recently analyzed world. So they've analyzed this world.
Okay.
And our goal is to establish a frontier outpost from which we can safely and legally expand. There's a lot of legalese in this game. And this outpost, it consists of a landing pad and several buildings which form a self-sustaining facility, which should be able, ideally, to remain intact until future missions. So we have to, establish something durable here on this planet.
Forward outpost.
Yeah, this is a frontier outpost that can stand there, and then other people can come and start colonizing and harvesting and whatever bad intentions the Federation may have.
We assume. We don't know.
They say that they also need us to return home after building the facility. Because without eyewitness testimony, it is challenging to prove first contact.
So we're basically here to colonize the planet.
Yeah. So I don't think we're recording anything because they need our eyewitnesses when we come back. Or perhaps that's just something they say because they want to make sure that we get back so we don't go anywhere else and spread the news about the Federation's true intentions. So we need to just follow the mission transmissions and construct the base facilities in the standard order. While your priority is to build the outpost, you're encouraged to make the most of the trip through various contingencies. That means there are different sub-missions that we should also achieve, and those will be revealed by the agency as we go along. And the Federation is in constant need of resources, research data, and willing explorers. Anything helping those goals will be remembered and compensated at a fair market rate.
Okay.
And it should also be noted that we are not compensated for dying.
That's fair enough, I guess. No life insurance.
There's no life insurance. So whoever we're leaving behind, they will not be compensated if we die. And all this is in writing in some legal document, I guess. So right now, we have this goal that we are going to try to build a landing pad. And in order to build a landing pad, we need some special resources. I'll put it down here. So we need 2 of these resources, which are the bioplastic resources. We're building in bioplastic.
Bioplastic,
I don't know
okay.
what bioplastic is, but it sounds ominous.
Isn't plastic in itself as biological material?
Yeah, I guess so.
But it's more biological.
I think it's more biological. This is like, I don't know. I think it's a euphemism for something horrible. Bioplastic.
Yeah, it's enhanced in some way.
But we need 2 of these bioplastics here. I can just show the card. Anyway, yeah. So we need 2 bioplastics to build this landing pad. Now, there are also other things we can do. We can build a xenobiological lab.
Xeno.
And the xenobiological...
I'm not... Xeno or xeno?
Xeno. So that's like, where I guess we work with the biology of whatever creatures are present on this planet.
Sure.
And to build that, we also need biochemicals, but we also need plant matter.
Okay. We're building out of leaves or wood or...
Yeah. supported with a bit of bioplastic.
Yeah.
And then the third building we can build
It's a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah. I mean, we got our hands full on this mission. Another thing is they didn't supply us with any food rations. So we have to discover food, or otherwise we're just going to die very quickly.
I get the sense that they're just sending these missions out just in hopes that one of them succeed.
I think, is this probably kind of this seed theory or something, that you just spawn things out in all directions and hope something blossoms into something. And the third thing we can build is the computing core.
Okay.
We can use that to, I don't even know, it unlocks different kind of gear that we can build. And for that, we need minerals and bioplastic.
Okay.
Everything needs bioplastic.
But they didn't provide us with food. They didn't provide us with building materials.
No.
And they expect us, the only thing we have is a flag.
Are you already complaining?
I'm not complaining. We would never complain.
Not to the Federation.
Not to the Federation, of course not. But I'm just saying, this is doomed to fail. I have no spoilers, but I'm just saying this is going to be completely impossible.
It looks kind of impossible.
Yeah, it does.
The thing is that we can also, in addition to these things, there are different kinds of terrain. Like you can see the green tiles on the planet here. Those are forest tiles.
Okay.
Then there's a blue tile down there. That is a swamp tile. Then there's a yellow tile. That's a canyon tile. And then there is a purple tile, which is a desert tile. And you can see that there are some cubes lying on them. Those are resources. So the black cube up in the desert, that's fuel. If we get fuel, we can activate our rocket equipment, which means that we can jump to any space on the planet.
Oh, cool.
And the minerals there we can pick up and we can use them, for example, for building the computing core. But minerals can also be used to build sort of harvesting stations where we can harvest material. And
so we can harvest these things.
Yeah, and one thing we need is food.
Definitely. Can we harvest food?
Food can be found in forests, but there's no food in any of the forests that we landed in.
Okay.
But we can build a plant farm. And
this is great.
Building a plant farm, for example.
What is the difference between a farm and a plant farm? Well, a farm could, of course, have livestock.
That's true.
No.
I'm sure there is a very detailed definition in the Federation handbook that we don't have access to.
Okay. We don't get all the knowledge.
No. But there you can see we can spend one mineral if we're in a forest to produce a farm, a plant farm, which means that we can harvest plant matter that we can then eat.
Okay, that would be great.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Right now, we cannot eat meat because the meat is like xeno meat, I guess.
We don't know what it is, basically.
No, we need to build something that will allow us to consume this meat.
Yeah.
So we cannot just go out and kill something and eat the meat.
No, that would be dangerous, I guess.
I
wouldn't do that either.
No.
Yedden says, hey, Yedden, sounds like you will become a farmer on each planet to survive. It's basically a farming simulator.
Yeah, and we may not even be able to go back if our spaceship is further damaged or we decide to act against the Federation. So
maybe we just live here.
Maybe we just live here. Maybe becoming farmers here. So I hope we don't tire of each other too soon because there's not going to be a lot of other humanoids around. And we each have these little pads here, and these are our sort of character sheets, you might say. I can just show you one. And what you see there at the top, that's our loneliness, and at the bottom is hunger. So those are the two stats we have in the game: loneliness and hunger. And every turn that we spend away from each other, we get lonely. And you can die of loneliness. We all know that.
I know.
So if we get too much loneliness, we'll die. We can, of course, also die of hunger. But the thing is that we lose loneliness, and if we ever lose enough loneliness, we die. But as soon as we're together again in the same space, then we all the loneliness is removed.
Okay, great.
So that's so we need to meet up constantly, otherwise we're gonna die of loneliness.
Very poetic.
Very poetic. Then there's also the hunger. Right now, we can. The only way that we can still our hunger is by eating plant material. But if we eat one plant material, we remove all our hunger.
Okay, so we only have to eat once.
We only have to eat once. We only have to meet once.
Okay.
But every turn we get one hunger and we get one loneliness if we're away from each other.
Every turn, okay. Yeah.
And as soon as we hit 5 in loneliness or 5 in hunger, then we die.
Okay, fair enough.
So we can never be away from each other for more than 4 turns, basically.
So each turn we lose one, and then at the 5th turn we die.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we haven't done something.
Yeah. Okay.
Which means that a first priority for us should really be to try to establish a way to get food.
For sure.
And then, of course, we should also try to gather bioplastic for building the landing pad. Because as soon as we've built the landing pad, then it unlocks the next goal in the mission.
Cool. Yeah.
So, and as soon as we build the xenobiology lab and the computing core, they also unlock new missions.
Yeah.
And then we have a contingency mission, which means once we've built the landing pad, the first creature that enters the landing pad, something happens. We don't know what it is, but it'll be revealed.
Okay.
So there is like 4 different narratives running parallel in this game.
And we have 4 missions, basically.
Yeah, you can say that. We have 4 objectives, or we have 3 objectives, and then there is this thing that just happens if creatures wander into the landing pad. And I don't know, does it sound to you like it would be a good thing if a creature enters our landing pad?
What can we do to mitigate that?
We can scare creatures away.
Can we build a fence around the landing pad?
Maybe we can build a fence, actually. I think perhaps that's a possibility.
Yeah.
You can also see down here to the southwest, there are some ruins.
Intriguing.
Very intriguing.
We're kind of used to ruins, exploring ruins.
Yeah, and you can see the ruins down there. If we build something on the ruins, then the ruins help protect the building. So perhaps we should try to build the landing pad at the ruins.
So the landing pad isn't... the crash site and the landing pad are 2 different things.
The landing pad doesn't exist yet.
Okay.
We'll have to build it somewhere. We could build it on the ruins. And the thing is, we can also destroy the ruins to get 2 resources. So if we're starving, we may have to pick apart the ruins to find some food. And then we don't have anything to protect us against the landing pad.
Okay. So we should hold off on destroying the ruins.
I think we should.
Yeah.
But we may be in a situation where we have to.
But can we explore the ruins to find secret artifacts or something like that?
No. What you can find in these ruins here is what's written on the card. So we can find resources. But whatever resource we want. And the different resources, we have the food, we have the minerals, we have the bioplastic, we have the fuel, which will allow us to travel anywhere. And we can also find orbs. And these orbs are some kind of... there's probably a scientific explanation, but it's, to us, or to me at least, it's some kind of magical instrument. So when you set off one of these orbs, then everything around you is stunned. It enters a state of stasis.
Wow.
So all creatures will not be able to move closer to you when you... trigger one of these orbs. So this is a sandboxy game, like many of the other games that we play. You can do a million different things, and the creature's also going to do a million different things. So this is going to be a very intense session with a lot of action, and we're probably completely going to lose sight of what we're trying to do and just going to try to somehow stay alive.
And keep in mind, we're not officially trained by the Federation. We just basically send along.
I think so.
Mission.
Because I mean, just the fact that we don't even really know the basics about what we're going to do or how we're going to do it.
But what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? I think we should just try.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, and the game works very simple. A turn consists of each of us taking 3 actions.
Yeah.
You take 1 action, I take 1 action, back and forth, and we're taking 3 actions each, then the turn is over. So whatever we can do, we can do. And as I said, the only time that we can strategize is when we're in the same space. So right now we should strategize.
Okay.
And looking at the map, one thing that I would like to do as the responsible Federation agent is that I would like to go into the canyon to try to get those minerals and then move into a forest and try to establish a plant farm.
This is the canyon.
This is the canyon. Yeah. So I would try to get that resource.
That sounds great.
So, we just take actions, and an action can be to move. It can be to use some ability in the space where you are. It can be to fight, if you want to fight some creature, or it can be to scare away a creature.
Scare away a creature.
And when you move, you can move as far as you want in any straight line. But you have to stop if you enter a space with another creature.
And already we have a few creatures. There's a creature here, here, and over here.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about those when the creatures act, and then we're gonna find out what they are.
But perhaps you should take the first turn just so I can get a feel of how a turn functions.
Sure. But a turn really functions as taking alternating actions.
Okay,
But I can take the first action.
Yeah.
And you can, if you move outside the map, then you just reveal a new map tile.
Okay, so
that's
the map
how you
is
discover.
map is basically infinite.
We're just seeing a tiny little portion of this world, and the map is going to grow as we play along. And because we're on camera, the bounds of the camera, that's the bound of perhaps this planet is flat.
Here is boundary.
So we cannot move beyond that.
No.
So we're playing, I think, on a flat planet.
Yeah, because otherwise we would have to move the camera, and it's gonna be a
nightmare. So this is a flat planet. Let's establish that.
As most planets are.
As most planets are. I mean, who would disagree?
Who would disagree?
So my first action is going to be to move into the canyon.
Oh, wait, we haven't finished strategizing because I started talking about Russian synthesizers.
You want to? Oh, we also need to find out what you're going to do.
Yes, exactly.
So what are you going to do?
I'm intrigued by the ruins.
Yeah, well, the ruins cannot really do anything unless you destroy them and take.
Okay, no, yeah, that's what you said. I can't find anything.
But you can always explore, and there is fuel up there, for example. It's always nice to have fuel because it means you can jump to any which space you want. So if ever you're about to die of loneliness, you can jump into my space with your little rocket propellers or whatever it is.
Yeah. But you're already going to explore the forest and the canyon.
Yeah, the canyon first, I think.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna try to pick up that mineral, then go back to our base, and then establish plant farm.
And then, so I could go grab the fuel, and then I could go to the forest to the west, even though there is an animal.
Yeah, you could explore around the animal.
Yeah, I could go further, but I also have to return to you. But then I have the fuel, of course.
Yeah, but look, we can stay out for 4 turns before it becomes critical. But we have to meet up before those turns have passed.
It's imperative.
Yeah. So, but when we get out of radio contact, which we do in a minute, then we just have to meet up.
Yeah.
So the plan is, I'm going to establish a plant farm. So also, if you get hungry, you can go down to the plant farm and use it to eat food.
And you're going to establish the plant farm next to our crash site.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
And
well, it seems that, like, the obvious.
Shouldn't we start building really from the crash site?
Yes, because then all is central.
Yeah.
So we can easily return to it.
And it also means that the civilization that we're now building will be built. I mean, the heart of the civilization is going to be a huge, big hole in the ground where the first rocket crash landed on this planet. I think that's beautiful.
To the birth of our new civilization.
So sort of beneath the Federation headquarters, when they establish here, there's going to just be this huge crater, which is where the first ship landed.
That's great. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the fuel, and then, but I'm intrigued by this animal. What is this one?
It's a den. It's where the animal lives.
That's where it lives. Maybe I'm a little bit scared about that one.
But you can just explore empty spaces around the planet and or around the animal.
Okay, I'll do that. That's fine. Yeah.
But
I have the fuel, so I can always return swiftly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If something goes wrong, I'm sure nothing goes wrong.
No.
The only suggestion that the Federation has given us is that on your last action in a turn, try not to use that to explore, because if you do that and you find a horrible creature, you won't have time to move away from it.
Yeah.
It's just a rule of thumb.
It sounds.
Are you ready to explore?
Yes.
Let's do it. Okay. So in a second, we're not going to be able to strategize anymore because we're going to be out of contact.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. So I moved into the canyon, and I mark here that I have taken my first action.
Yeah.
And then you can take your action, and as I said, you can move, you can use something, you can build something, and you can fight, or you can scare off a creature. So you could even go into the den and scare the creature off, but I don't know if you want to upset the local...
No, and I might not be able to.
Well, you will be able to scare it off.
That's an auto scare.
It's an auto scare, but the thing is, if you scare something away, then you get loneliness.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So...
And,
don't wanna get too
and
lonely.
do you take loneliness already now, or
No. It's
Okay.
only when we've done 3 actions each, then the turn complete. So you do one thing.
so I go here
Yeah. And
to the desert?
Yeah, and actually picking up the fuel. Oh yeah, picking up stuff is free.
Auto pickup.
And then you put it here. You can carry 3 things at a time.
Okay.
And then you move your action tracker to say now you also done your action 1.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna do my action 2, and have now gone into the canyon. It's a very friendly planet.
so
I've
far.
met no creatures, no hostility, and they're just minerals flying around. And I just scoop up minerals, put them in my backpack, and then I return
Okay.
to our crash site.
And now you have. Do you have enough material to build a plant farm?
Yes, because I only need a single mineral.
Great.
I just put some minerals in the ground and plants start growing. It's a very fertile planet.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay. Next order of operation is going to be me exploring the great unknown.
Yeah, do that.
And I don't want to go up here because that's where our incense is located. We're going to wait for that.
The morning mist.
The morning mist generator. I'll go up here.
So then you take a tile.
Are these the same?
Yeah, you just take from any stack.
Okay. Cover.
You discover a canyon.
Another canyon.
Now, whenever you discover a new tile, you have to roll the exploration die, which is the black die over there. And I actually think you should roll it here. So if we can just do it like this. So you discovered a landmark.
Landmark. Yeah.
So you've discovered a mineral vein in the canyon.
Awesome.
And that means that you can use it. That is, you can spend an action when you're there, and then it just produces 1 mineral. Just like that.
Great.
Or you can destroy the ore. That is, just take everything at once. Then you get 2 minerals, but then it's gone.
And do I get a mineral instantly?
Yeah. No, you have to spend an action to take it.
Okay.
But you can see minerals, for example, can be used to help build the computing core.
Yeah.
And
here the fuel well.
The fuel well. The most important thing to build is the landing pad. For that, we need bioplastics, but we haven't got any of those yet.
But just being able to have a fuel well where we can, I'm guessing that it enables us to generate fuel.
Exactly.
So it makes travel so much easier.
Exactly.
I think I don't want to expend the well because a mineral, what is it called?
Mineral vein.
I don't want to expend. I don't want to kill the vein. I want to I want us to have this resource.
You know, it's the thing about resource harvesting, right? I mean, if you take like a little at a time, then it keeps being there. But if you take everything at once, then it disappears.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Federation would want you to just take everything.
Yeah, there's no quotas on the mineral. Quotas are for suckers. But I won't do that.
No.
I will take a single mineral.
Yeah. So again, it seems that canyons are very peaceful.
Canyons are great so far.
Yeah.
Who knew?
It's really good. So I'm gonna spend here my last action this turn to build the plant farm. So I'm gonna expend this mineral like this, and then I'm gonna build a plant farm right on our crash site. That means that now, whenever you're in the plant farm, you can spend an action to gain 1 food.
That's
one
great.
plant food.
That's really helpful, and exactly in the center is beautiful.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, what we're doing right now is we're justifying the Federation. Of course, they didn't need to send any food rations with us. We'll just discover it.
Yeah, what if we don't have any choice?
I mean, what if there weren't any minerals around? We wouldn't have been able to build a plant farm.
No. Okay, so my turn.
Yeah.
I harvest the mineral,
Yes.
and that's it.
You're gonna harvest the mineral. Yeah.
Yeah. Right? That's it. That's all I can do, right?
That's all you can do. So now you have fuel and mineral.
Great.
And you can always see on these cards, which are off screen, what you can use them for building.
But so far, we haven't expended any loneliness or any food or hunger.
No, that comes at the end of the turn. But now it's the creature's turn.
Don't I have... Did I use my last...
Yeah, your last action now was to use the mineral vein to dig up some minerals.
Yeah.
So everything's calm, good, and nice, and there's no problem. But now the creatures get to act. So now we find out what these creatures are. We start with the smallest creatures and moving towards the larger creatures. You can, if you look at the, I don't know if you can see it on screen, but these little creature tiles, they all have a number. 2 of them says 1 and 1 of them says 2. This number indicates the size of the creature. And humans are size 2. So the thing up there at the top, that's a human-sized creature. You can also see it has a wavy line, which means it's a wandering creature. The other creature, or that one is also a wandering creature, but the one over there, which has this arch symbol, that is, it's a territorial creature in the sense it has a den. It makes dens, and then they live in dens. They don't just wander around.
And size 1, could that be like an anthill almost, or is it?
Yeah, size 1 can be very small. It can be like a tiny little insect or something. But a size 2 is something about humanoid size. So it's pretty big, whatever's over there. And they can get even bigger. But let's see. It depends on what we discover. We don't know what creatures are out there. So the first creature that's going to do something is the one down here, the orange one. And that creature, perhaps we should just show it for everybody to see. It's called a Lepisma ameliae, and it looks like this.
What does it say? Lepisma ameliae. Okay.
So it looks like a bog. It's some kind of a bog.
And which one was that?
That's the one down there.
Okay, but
and
it's human-sized bug.
No, it's smaller. It's just a size 1. So what it says is it creeps up on slow or stationary prey, and it burrows deep into flesh. So it likes to, if you don't move around, then it's going to attach to you. Or attach to other creatures. And it's parasitic. So it attaches to you. It bites on.
Okay, so it's like a flea or something.
It's like a flea or something. Yeah, I think that's correct. And then
I don't like this animal.
No. And when you look at it here, down at the bottom, there are different symbols, and that tells us something about the animal. So first there's the size. Then the next one, the red symbol, shows that it's carnivorous.
Okay.
It goes for meat. It doesn't go for plants. It goes for meat. Then there is a green space, which means that its preferred habitat is forest. So it'll try to get into the forest.
I'm seeing problems ahead here.
And it has a radius of 2. That means that it's aware of everything within 2 spaces of itself. Also, the 1 dot here means it's a solitary creature. So they hunt alone. They don't go in groups.
Oh, at least.
And sometimes solitary creatures will even fight each other if there are multiple of them.
Okay.
Then there is this square, which means something I just have to look up, I guess. It means it's opportunistic. So it prefers to attack prey that is already injured. So it's not super aggressive. It sort of waits its time. It's bide its time, and then.
So it doesn't just go out and attack random creatures. It's sort of looking for vulnerability.
It's looking for vulnerability, also for slow creatures. If someone is stationary, that's interesting to it.
Yeah.
And then it's a wandering creature. So now what the creature does, it can move 1 space. It doesn't have to, but it can move 1 space, and then it can take an action. And that action can be to fight, or it can be to scare, or it can be to consume. For example, if there were food that was interesting, it could consume that.
Yeah.
And if it's a den creature, it can also summon other creatures to the den or spawn other creatures in the den. But this is not a den creature, so it cannot really spawn anything. So we have to find out how this weird Lepisma ameliae, what it does. And I would think it had just seen this new strange species that have landed on the planet. And this species is in the forest, which is its favorite habitat.
It only just arrived at the forest.
Yeah.
It was in the canyon a moment ago.
It was the canyon again. So it may be curious, but it may not necessarily bite.
I think what it might do is we've piqued its interest, definitely. It can feel the heat radiating off our spacesuit.
Yeah.
So we piqued its interest. The question is, will it go closer to investigate?
Because we're in the forest, I think it wants to be in the forest.
It's easy for it to, because already now it's in the swamp. What is it even doing there?
What's it even doing there? Yeah, it's just a mistake.
Makes sense for it to go to the forest towards the heat source. It's not going to go into the ruins.
No.
One thing that we haven't accounted for here, what about the tiles around here? We don't know that yet.
We have no idea.
So we're guessing on this creature's behavior without knowing
Yeah.
where it's coming from,
Yeah.
basically.
But of course, if we reveal a forest here behind it, it may
Yeah.
be interested in the forest.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think you're right. I think it's going to move in to find out what is this new species.
Yeah.
And then if we stay put with this creature, then it'll jump on us.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll jump on us right now.
No. It'll bide its time. It'll
Yeah.
just see if it's the right target, and then it will make its decision.
Okay, so let's just move it in there.
Yeah.
So now we have a giant, or not a giant, a small parasitic bog.
Probably living in our plant farm somewhere.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's hiding out in the plant farm. Sure. So when we pick a plant, it's gonna bite us.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Then the next creature, that is the den creature over there on your left. That is a Cladiswar Sonai.
Wow.
Yeah, let's just have a look.
Classic.
It's also a small creature. And it looks like this. Oops.
Kind of a snake-like, eel-like creature.
Yeah, and you can see it's also carnivorous. It prefers canyon,
Uh-huh.
and it's very attentive. It's attentive to what happens 3 spaces away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Then it likes to be in big groups.
Okay.
So it doesn't like to move on its own. And it is... I'm forgetting these symbols here. It is aggressive. It is aggressive. And it lives in dens. And what it says is that it swarms over larger prey. It's drawn to fresh carcasses, particularly if there's a variety of available meat. So it loves, if other creatures have been in a fight and been reduced to just meat, it'll come and swarm it.
It's like a vulture.
It's like a vulture, yeah.
Yeah.
It prefers dead animals.
But it doesn't travel alone.
No. So, and it's in its den right now. And its preferred habitat is canyon, but since its den is not in a canyon, I guess I don't think it's gonna leave its den on its own.
Okay, no.
So one thing that might be an obvious thing for that creature to do could be to summon another one of its species.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Especially since since its den is outside the canyon.
And it likes these big groups, which means it likes to be at least 4, actually.
Yeah.
So I think this is a creature that'll build up for some turns, and then when it's big enough, it'll go out looking for prey.
But it's also looking for easy prey.
Yeah, absolutely.
So preferably already deceased prey.
Yeah, so one thing to divert its attention can be if we kill some other animal, it would probably go for that.
And also larger prey than itself.
Yeah.
And it's already a size 2, so it's our size basically.
No, it's also a size 1.
Oh, it's also size 1.
So we are actually perfect in its. We are sort of.
Okay.
We are.
Of course we are.
Perfect on this menu, really.
Yeah,
right?
of course we are. Okay.
But let's have it summon another one. So now there are 2 of these carnivorous animals.
God damn it.
Then it is the final creature.
That's the one that's size 2. Okay, yeah.
It's the human-sized one.
I'm starting to dawn on me here how this functions.
Good. This is the Tulactos stile. It looks like this.
What is that?
And remember, it's huge.
Wow.
It's like human-sized. It's like a giant dog or something.
Okay. Scary.
Yeah. And it's a host for bacteria that causes empathy.
Wow. Interesting.
So if you try to fight it or scare it off, you lose 1 extra loneliness, or you gain 1 extra loneliness.
Yeah, okay.
Because it produces empathy. So immediately you're attracted to this creature.
Yeah.
And it is both carnivorous and also a herbivore. So it doesn't distinguish. It can eat plant matter. So it may enjoy that we just created a plant farm. Easy pickings. And it liked forests, and the plant farm is in the forest.
Yeah.
And it likes to be alone. It's a solitary creature. And
so is that perhaps also means that it also maybe strikes on an opportunity. It doesn't prey.
It's defensive.
Yeah, it's more defensive. Yeah.
So basically, if you don't disturb it, it probably won't harm you.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah. Since we just made a plant farm in its natural habitat right next to it, and there is a creature, and it also works off producing having these empathy-generating bacteria. So is it gonna try to win us over?
But does it know that it's generating empathy?
I don't know. I guess it may be more instinctual for it.
Yeah.
But I guess it's one of the ways that it survives.
Yeah.
That it just shows up. It's like this guy who walks into the room and everybody just likes him.
Yeah. And of course, this guy's aware.
Of course, this guy's aware.
Yeah. Okay. So it's very close to our plant farm, but it does like to be alone, though.
It does
And the tile right now, there's both this sort of tick or flea type of animal. There's a human that it doesn't really know, or
True. And I mean, its natural habitat is the forest, and it is in a forest.
Yeah.
So it's also possible that it just stays in the forest and just eats its own food.
I think that's more likely. I don't think it goes to the party at the crash site.
I think it's curious about it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
But maybe when it's less busy in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Right now, it's like, it's too many creatures roaming around, and it's so new, and it's like it's a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna bide its time a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are all the creatures.
Yeah.
Then we have to see if something new spawns. So we're each gonna roll the spawn dice, and those are these 2 brown dice. So if you roll the 2 dice first, and you can see if something happens. Oh, so you can see you're spawning a den creature.
Yeah.
And it's a category 4 den creature, which it doesn't have anything to do with size.
Oh, okay, good.
It's
good,
just
good, good.
rare. And so we look at there's only 1 den creature right now. So the den creature that you're spawning will be another creature from the den that's already there.
Oh, and it already spawned 1.
Yeah, so now there are already 3. And when they're 4, they're about enough that they are interested in going hunting. Let me just check if I'm correct here. I think I'm
They're
correct.
carnivorous.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. And yeah, perfect. So then I'll have to roll as well. And nothing happens because this was a blank.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God. And then we get 1 hunger, so we flip a tile. And we get 1 loneliness, so we flip another tile.
Yeah.
And this is a complete turn of far away.
Okay.
So you can imagine...
So the turns are quite long.
They're quite long. And when the more creatures, the longer. But then again, we'll get to know the creatures better.
Yeah.
So it's only when we first encounter them, we have to think about what they do. And But now... I mean, we should pick up pace with the creatures, I think.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good.
And then we go back to 0, and then we basically start again. And the interesting thing is now, because we're not in the same space, we cannot strategize.
No.
So we just have to do what we feel is right. And I can, of course, tell you what I'm doing. You can tell me what I'm doing. But we cannot really plan things out more than that. So I'm in a plant farm. Yeah. And I think I'm going to spend my first action to harvest some plants.
Great idea.
Because then I can carry the food with me, and then when I'm up to 4 hunger, then I can eat, and then all the hunger goes away.
So you want to wait until you're at maximum.
I don't want to eat now. Yeah. It's also, I mean, it's fine to meet before, but we can also wait. But the thing about loneliness is that since you can move as long as you want in a straight line, that's fine. But if there are creatures in between, you have to stop at all the creatures, and suddenly it becomes difficult to meet. And which is good that then you have jet fuel.
One thing we didn't strategize when we were actually together.
Yeah.
Is where we're gonna meet.
Did I not give you the map? I drew a little map. Oh, it's still in my pocket. I have a napkin with a scroll map. It probably wouldn't be of much help anyway because.
Okay, but I can see where you are. So
that's good.
So I can still see you on the horizon, like someone moving over there. Yeah. Oh, I think it's you. Okay, so you harvest a plant.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep exploring.
Yeah.
Or should I pick up more minerals while I'm at it?
Yeah. I mean, you should be aware that you can have a maximum of 3 minerals at a time, and if you have more, you just drop them in the space where you are.
Okay.
But if it's plant that you drop, there's a good chance that some creature will come by and eat it.
Yeah.
But the creatures won't eat minerals and
Because
fuel.
for the missions that are laid out ahead of us here, we need 3 minerals in total.
Yeah. But I think
I mean, if we want to do the computing core,
the computing core is 2 minerals and 1
the fuel well is 1.
fuel. I mean, let's put the 3 main objectives here.
Yeah, okay.
There's the landing pad.
You can't see the main objectives. There's not really room for it on screen, but
No, I mean, we can just put them here while there's room.
Yeah, sure,
If you want.
I don't know if you can read that.
I don't know if you can.
It's not. I don't think
it's
that
not so important.
No.
Anyway, this is what we're trying to do: a landing pad, a computing core, and a xenobiology lab.
So I think we need more minerals.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take 1.
Just 1.
While I'm at the vein of the minerals.
All right, do like this. So that was your first action. Then it's my second action, and I really feel like I think it seems that we need a lot of bioplastic, and there isn't any bioplastic around. So I think I am going to. I didn't really discuss this with my friend, but I'm sure he will agree. I'm going to move 1 space.
Yeah. The ruins.
So I now found some ruins. So some people were here who were building. I don't know what they're building, like structures, some kind of structures.
We don't know even know if it's people.
It doesn't have to be people. It's some kind of structure.
Yeah.
It could also be some animal that builds.
Could be an old den of some animal.
It could be,
Yeah. Okay. What I'm gonna do next, since I'm full up on the minerals, I guess when we want to construct something, we also have to pick a tile to where we want to construct it.
Yeah, and we cannot construct 2 things in 1 tile.
No. Okay. So what I will do. Okay. What I will do, I'll go down here.
Yes.
Reveal this.
That is a swamp. And then you roll the black die to see what's in the swamp.
Yeah.
Oh,
warning.
There is an anomaly.
Ooh, interesting.
So you get to pick
getting
an anomaly
stalker
card.
vibes here. Anomaly. And it's... Do I read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Ruins. Another ruin.
Okay.
You can destroy it for an artifact card.
Ooh.
Or it gives 2 durability to buildings in the hex. Yeah, that's the same as the other ruin, right?
I think all ruins probably do that, and then but so
you can destroy it for an artifact card. Isn't that pretty powerful?
I mean, what is this planet? There are ruins and there are artifacts.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of ancient civilization? Is this some alien tech that lies buried there?
Or is this Earth that we just
Is it
returned
Earth?
to? Planet of the
Is
Earth.
this Earth?
Planet of the humans. Yeah, that's interesting. But that was my second turn.
Yeah, so you just
discovering ruins.
and then you just put it there.
Yeah. Okay, is this
For my third
alien
turn,
civilization?
I mean, those ruins are really pretty, and I would love to document them for posterity, write a little report, tell the Federation about them. But right now, I'm thinking that I need bioplastics to build a landing pad.
For sure.
So I'm just gonna tear down these ruins or strip all the bioplastic out of the ruins.
Okay.
So
bye ruins.
Bye ruins.
Historical artifacts.
Yeah, and then I get 2 bioplastics.
Awesome. We can stay out for 1, 2, 3 turns more, but then we have to meet up.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any food since I have. Can I put the minerals and the fuel down if I want to pick up some food, for instance?
Sure.
Yeah.
And we can also trade minerals, or we can trade items between each other. And so what you can do now is that you can move and explore. You can build something if you have the correct resources, or you can use the ruins if you want to use them.
I'm intrigued by the artifact card.
I can understand.
And so I'm thinking I'm going to follow suit and also destroy the first ruins of this ancient civilization.
We're discovering this ancient civilization and we're not documenting, we're just tearing it down.
We're just tearing it down.
Do you know, let me tell you, in in colonial times in India,
Yeah.
actually in Pakistan, what is now Pakistan today, when the British arrived there, they found this old ruined village or this old ruined town. And the locals said, well, this is some Muslim town from the Middle Ages. And the British was like, fine, there's this big sandstone blocks, they'll be excellent to use as support for our railway. So they just took all these huge blocks of stone from this supposedly Islamic village from the Middle Ages and used them to build a railroad. And then 20 years later, they discovered that those ruins were not from the Middle Ages. They were from a Bronze Age civilization, the Indus Valley civilizations.
fuck.
They went back to the 3rd millennium BC, and they had just used them to build a railroad.
Oh my god!
This is exactly
guys.
what we're doing now.
That's exactly what we're doing. We're basically like a colonial British Empire here, coming and just fucking things up.
Yeah, because I need bioplastics to build a landing pad.
I don't even know what the artifact is. I just want it.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
But you just have to, I guess, tear down the structure to find that it's buried deep. You want it?
I want
Then
it. I want
give
it.
me the ruins because they're gone.
3000 BC ruins gone.
And here's an artifact for you.
Awesome. Much better. Okay. Oh my god.
What you
Listen to
found?
this. Listen to this. I found a hypermatter reactor.
What?
And what it does.
This is alien tech.
It's alien tech. And once I can repair the crash site. Very powerful stuff.
Without using... because normally repairing the crash site requires bioplastics, minerals, and fuel. You can just...
No more.
With your what? Your hypermatter reactor.
Hypermatter reactor, of course.
Oh!
Classic.
This is a getaway ticket. Because as soon as we repair the crash site, we can take off.
Yeah. We have nothing to show for it if we return now.
If we return now, but it's good to have a way out, I think.
For sure.
Because I don't know how our spaceship is programmed, but it may not necessarily be programmed to go directly back to where we came from. Perhaps we can jump to another planet.
We actually don't know what the programming does. We just press return and it could be just
It's probably just
self-destructing
a big button that we press.
The spaceship has two buttons. Land and self-destruct or take off or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, well, this is excellent.
That's really good.
Wait, but what is this planet? There is a hypermatter reactor buried under old ruins.
There is a 3000 BC hypermatter reactor lying in the ruins.
Do you think the Federation knows more about this planet than they're telling us?
I don't think they have been so forthcoming with all the information that
No.
I have.
I feel like we're guinea pigs for alien tech here.
Yeah. And could also explain that weird letter where we had in our pockets that we were not supposed to open. Can only reveal it once we find the leader of the planet.
Right. Do we have instructions for how to speak with them, or? Well, that's our 3 turns.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Our 3 actions. So now we go into creature mode. So again, we have the parasitic creature, which likes to be in the forest. And it likes to prey on these slow and stationary beings.
But I just have to say that you've been moving around. You've been so busy.
Yeah.
You've not been stationary.
I don't think it's catching on to me. But what about the other creature which has not moved?
I mean, there is, of course, the slumbering, charismatic beast to the northeast.
It has just stayed still. And this has a radius of 2 in observation. So it's aware of that beast.
Yeah.
So perhaps... Do you think it's going to try to...
I think so. I think it's going to move northeast.
All right, that's super cool. So the Lepisma amelii is going to move towards... I'm trying to get these words right. The Tilactox stile, which is just sitting around in the forest or eating fruit or whatever. It moves up there. Then over in the den, there are only 3 still. I think they want to be at least 4. At least 4.
Yeah, sure.
So
this could be a problem.
I mean, oh yeah, we're both kind of close to them.
What was their... How do they hunt?
Well, they're carnivorous.
Yeah.
And they are also aggressive.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
No.
And then they like to swarm over larger prey. And they're especially interested in carcasses. But I guess if there are no carcasses around, they may also take an interest in other things. So these may also be creatures that we simply have to fight sometimes.
I think we have to deal with them at some point.
But the problem is, if they're in a swamp, they can basically kill us outright.
And I'm in a swamp right now.
You can use orbs to freeze them, but we don't have orbs.
We don't have orbs.
But what is their habitat? They like the canyons. So we should definitely not be in canyons close to them.
No.
That could be a problem.
I'm just going to put my hypermatter reactor here.
Oh, yeah, true. You can have 2 gear items.
So we're actually under threat from these creatures.
Yeah, I mean, they do prefer the canyon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we should probably not stay too long too close to their den, I guess. Could be a problem.
And if they move into a tile, my tile, for instance, do they attack immediately?
If they want to attack, they attack. These larger groups, sometimes they divide up and they attack different prey.
Okay.
But it could be a problem. Then there is the final creature. This is so this is interesting because this is the one with the empathy generating bacteria, and it's defensive. So what happens when a creature enters its area? A parasitic creature.
Well, first of all, the parasitic creature, does it already, how does these bacteria react to a creature entering? Does it already affect it, or does it have to attack first in order to be affected?
Oh, actually, that creature, the parasite, could both move and attack.
Yeah,
so I think it did that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
So okay, so
because it has been observing that creature for the duration.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's see. Remove causing. Yeah. So what has happened is that this one has actually latched onto this one.
Yeah.
So it now has this parasite, and what it can do is that it can fight the parasite. So it can remove the parasite, but if it removes the parasite, it also gets injured.
Okay.
But it can take 2 hits because it's size 2 before it dies.
Yeah.
So the question is, does it move along with the parasite, or does it try to get rid of the parasite even though it injures the creature?
Well, it's defensive. It doesn't like...
It's defensive. It doesn't like having a parasite on it.
And it doesn't like being around creatures in general.
No.
So I think it tries to remove it.
Okay, so it takes its big, weird claws and squishes this giant bug on its shoulder.
Yeah. Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. And this bug dies. So what happens now is that these creatures can still come in. This is now part of the fauna of the planet. So these creatures can spawn again.
They live here.
They live here.
Yeah.
But what happens is that the creature that dies, it turns into meat.
Uh-huh.
So there's now meat in this space.
But it's not a lot of meat. How
It's
much meat could there be on this tiny...
It's like I don't know, it's like perhaps it's a kind of a big bug.
Yeah, okay.
And you can remove the shell and you can grill it and it's a nice little appetizer, but it's probably not more than that.
Yeah.
And then also this creature has taken a hit, so I'm gonna put a hit marker on it.
Yeah.
And if it takes 1 more, it dies. So it was a beautiful little interaction where we had a parasitic creature who sought out another creature attached to it, and the other creature removed, and now it has like a huge bleeding, infected wound on part of its body.
And that's just the nature of this planet. That's how it goes.
I mean, again, it's important to remember that all these creatures on this planet existed, of course, before we arrived. So we're just this strange new thing that's been injected into the ecosphere.
Yeah.
But this planet just lives its own life. And our job is really to create sort of a consistent behavior across this planet.
Yeah. And I think we're going to try to stay true to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, if you guys see some patterns,
you're very welcome to chime in.
Yeah.
We need all the advice that we can get, I think.
So we're constructing this biosphere.
Absolutely. So let's see if something spawns.
Okay. I don't like this phase.
No, the spawn phase is not so good.
Was the second small animal scavenger hunters? Maybe they smell blood. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. How far is their attention radius? over there in the den. They have an attention range of 3. So yeah, they could definitely smell blood. That's a good point. That this may be our savior. I mean, what does it say?
Tatsubi just says, I see only a dead hunger in the creature's eyes.
I think he's quoting Grizzly Man. But this is great advice, because this actually means that it may now be more interested in the meat over there than in us.
This one smells blood.
Exactly.
Yeah, great one. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Awesome.
Could that actually save us?
It could save us, because we are in kind of trouble with these people.
Yeah.
I don't think they like to stray too far from their den.
No.
But I guess if there's meat around.
2 tiles, is that it's closer to the canyon?
Let's see how the map looks next turn, but I think there's something.
There's something there.
There's something here.
And it's a carcass, and it Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see what spawns.
Let's see what spawns. A wandering creature group 4. There is no wandering creature group 4, which means that a new creature spawns.
Okay.
Let's see what it is.
I'm not super huge fan of these creatures.
No! This is a size 4 creature. This is the largest creature that you can find. This is like a dinosaur. This is a huge dinosaur creature.
Wow.
It's called a Lacero pulvinus. It looks like this.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Right. And it gorges on large creatures. We can hope that we're too small for it.
What is a large creature?
Well, I don't know. Probably is relative, but we are now in the category of largest creatures on this planet right now.
Yeah.
Other than this,
Yeah.
It's non-aggressive to smaller creatures.
Then it's smaller than itself, or
Yeah, but I mean, this is the largest. It kind of large creature, but it would definitely ignore a 1, I guess. Perhaps also a 2. Let's find out. So, it's only non-aggressive to smaller creatures while digesting. But it still exerts dominance. It prefers the tundra, and we haven't found any tundra yet.
no?
And it's super aware. It sees everything that happens within 4 spaces. Wow. It has excellent hearing or something, or excellent smell.
Okay.
And it has a special rule, which means that if explorers are in the same hex as it, they gain loneliness because it exerts dominance. So it pushes them away.
Okay.
And
powerful stuff.
It's an opportunistic creature. So it does prefer that something is dead before it eats it, but I mean, it also gets hungry.
But what did it say about the size of its prey?
It gorges on large creatures, but we'll have to define what large is.
Okay. I'm assuming that if it's a size 4, then it wants size 3 or 2. Or size 4.
Yeah, I would assume so. And it has to show up in a space next to you because you rolled it.
Yeah.
So it prefers tundra, but there is no tundra.
What is the closest to tundra?
Desert
is a kind of tundra, it's just not.
Yeah, perhaps desert is all right.
We'll go
desert. Awesome. And then I roll the dice, and that's a den creature. And again, it means that this swarm just grows and grows and grows.
Oh my god.
So there are now 5 creatures there.
That's a problem.
That is really a problem. And we gain loneliness, and we gain hunger.
Okay.
About these ruins. Wondering whether, I mean, is this sort of an unknown alien civilization that lived here and developed this tech, or could it be that that there was a previous expedition that the Federation sent out?
Indeed.
That failed, and they actually just want us to retrieve the tech. Is that what they're hoping for us to do?
I think the Federation definitely have motives that we have not been, we're not in on.
Yeah, we're not in on everything here. But right now, anyway, we're just fighting for our lives.
Definitely. That's our main concern right now. I think we forgot most of what the Federation taught us. We're just fighting for our lives between all these different creatures that are pretty imposing, I would say.
But right now, my first action, actually, we're both feeling kind of hungry and kind of lonely.
Yeah.
But my first action here is actually going to be to fulfill or follow Federation protocol.
As you should.
Because I have 2 bioplastics. That means I can build the landing pad. And I mean, I guess a forest is as good as anywhere to build a landing pad. It's right next to a crash site. And our
It's
plant
also
farm.
right next to a den of creatures.
Yeah, you know, but we're gonna tell the Federation about how you sort of circumvent these creatures, or we're gonna tell them how to move the den.
Yeah.
It's only slightly dangerous.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend these 2 bioplastics, and then I'm gonna build a landing pad. And what we can see here is the landing pad. Ooh, it protects resource cubes from creatures, meaning that if we drop any resources here, the creatures cannot get to
We
them.
can stockpile.
We can stockpile.
Oh, that's really great.
So what happens when we build the landing pad is that we move forward in the story. So now I'm going to take a story card and see what happens.
Yeah.
So yes, we get an incoming transmission from the Federation. And what they're saying is, congratulations on establishing a basic landing site for future operations.
Wasn't basic to us, but okay.
We trust you will preserve the site until you need to return home, as contingency plans are expensive. They really like to save money, this Federation. Please
Cheapskates.
continue operations by constructing one of the standard Federation base facilities.
Please continue. We have so much stuff to do.
They want us to build a standard Federation base facility,
Okay.
which means a computing core or a xenobiology lab. Those are the ones here.
Okay.
The computing core takes 2 mineral and 1 bioplastic, and the xeno lab takes 2 plant matter and 1 bioplastic. We actually have a plant farm, so we can generate plant matter for building the xenobiology lab, and you already have 2 minerals.
So all we're missing is the bioplastic.
We need more bioplastic.
Yeah.
And our next objective here is build the xenobiology lab or the computing core.
Yeah.
So we've already sort of achieved the first objective. We've established a base.
Huge success.
We've built a plant farm. We can now feed ourselves.
Huge
and
success.
they're only like, I mean, it's a habitable planet, but the life forms here are not like exactly friendly.
No, that's my main concern, is that we have a sort of a hive brewing next to our crash site, which seems to be just growing in size.
Yeah.
And we have a huge lumbering creature that is basically just looking for trouble. I'm not feeling very confident about those 2 creatures.
It's a bad combination.
Yeah. Maybe they'll target each other.
You know, they do like to swarm large prey.
Ooh.
So there may be another possibility. Maybe they, instead of going for the meat, they'll try to swarm the big creature.
It's on the way to the meat.
Yeah.
Because what Yetin said before was that this, what do we call this creature?
They are called the Cladishwa sonai. It's this kind of serpent-like creature.
Because as suggested, I think we're thinking that they probably would go for the meat because it's easily accessible. They
Absolutely.
like carcasses, but they are also attracted to larger animals. So it's either or, I would say, at this point.
And perhaps they feel more threatened by a giant creature right next to their den.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I think they wouldn't just leave their den unprotected.
No, it's like, I think it's like bees or ants or something. They have, some are assigned to guardian duties, guarding the den, and some are hunters. And
Right. They have different roles here. And there's probably a queen buried in there somewhere.
of course there is.
So, you're up next.
Yeah.
What happens over you're in the swamp
I'm in the swamplands.
with your, what was it, hypermatter reactor.
Well, I have the amazing ability since I obtained this hypermatter reactor, which also speaks to the fact that the ruins must have come from some sort of intelligent civilization.
Yeah. It's not all big lumbering
No.
creatures.
No, it's there must have been some intelligent civilization here. Who knows if they lived here? Were they travelers like us? And it was a sort of like they were building a research facility or something that crumbled.
Perhaps we should learn the lesson here. Somebody tried to establish themselves and obviously failed. So can we do any better?
Well, I think that's the curse of humanity. We think we can do better, and then we fail in epic ways. Okay, let that be a lesson to you all. So I think what I'll do, since I've destroyed the ruins of whatever civilization,
No one would ever know what those ruins were.
No.
I also destroyed ruins.
and you know, that's what we
I'm
do.
no better.
We are colonizing this planet more or less, or at least a little bit. So as all colonists, we destroy whatever civilization came before.
Right.
That's the nature of colonialism. And it's only right.
We're just working for the Federation.
We're just working for the Federation.
I mean, we're just on a payroll. We're just doing as we're told for now.
But what I want to do is I don't want to I need to get back to construct to repair the crash site using my hypermatter reactor. But I don't want to disturb these two creatures that are threatening the two tiles next to me.
No.
So I'm gonna actually use my rocket fuel and jetpack.
That's an excellent idea. So you basically just fly with your little rocket propellers over the creatures.
Yeah. The boss will understand. I'm sure he's sympathetic to our modus operandi here.
I think everything we're saying, they're just hearing like chatter. Yeah. Okay, so you fly over the forest and land back at the crash site.
Yeah.
And then I am looking at, let's see, we should build a computing core xenobiology lab. I have one plant matter for the xenobiology, but we need bioplastics. I think we need to discover bioplastics, but I really don't want to be close to this den. So I'm thinking I'm going to explore in a different direction. I'm going to go down here. So if you'll flip over a tile for me.
Yeah.
More forest. And what's in this forest? Let's see. Oh, there is an anomaly.
Uh-huh.
There are many anomalies.
What is normalies? Anything is anomalous.
Oh, there is a den. A den of creatures.
I'm tired of dens.
And it's a new kind of creature.
Of course it is.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna put a den out. I have a little, den counter here. So that's the new den. And let's see who lives in the den.
Yeah.
It's a very small creature. It's called a fascius ratus. A fascist rat?
A fascist rat? I'm not sure I'm liking this one.
Let's see how it looks.
One little bit to the right. Yeah. Oh, so it's okay. Fascist ratus. That's basically what we came from. That's basically the Federation, I would say.
This may be the former inhabitants of this planet that the Federation they sent here.
A den of iniquity. Definitely.
Yeah, that's a den of iniquity. So let's see what they do. These fascist rats, they dig shallow tunnel networks around the den. Colonies send individuals through these tunnels to lure predators away from the den.
Okay.
Aha, okay, so they sent like single creatures out to lure other predators away. So they're very defensive actually.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They're plant eaters. They don't like meat, so we shouldn't fear them too much.
Okay, good.
They can have any environment is good for them. They don't distinguish. They'll be anywhere. They have a radius of 3. So still with this map we're on now, they're attentive to everything that goes on. They like to be in big groups, just like the creatures in the other den. And they are, I believe that's defense. No, they're passive even. It means that they only really attack if they are attacked. So they're just trying to protect their territory. Okay. So let's put a fascist rat in the den. I just need to find them. Okay. So here they come. So they're probably already pretty scared or annoyed or something that this big new species that they never encountered before, that is me, have entered right into their lair.
Yeah.
So yeah.
A great question here. Are they edible? Eat the fascists.
Well, the thing is, if we develop I think the xenobiology lab, we may learn how to digest or prepare this for meat so we can digest it.
A recipe generator.
Basically. you know how to cook them, how much in each side and what is the temperature in the center of the meat. If we can figure that out by building the xenobiology lab, we may actually be able to start eating fascist rats.
Yeah, so rat sushi is not an option. We need to...
Rat sushi is not an option. Well, I think we'll just die.
Okay. So that was an option.
That was my second action. And now you for your second action.
Well, obvious choice is to use my good old and very old hypermatter reactor.
Yes.
Repair the crash site instantly. I don't know if it's instantly, but it says repair the crash site.
Yes, that's perfect. So that means that we now have a functioning rocket home.
Awesome.
This is pretty good news.
And I like the fact that the Federation didn't give us this option. Why didn't they give us a hypermatter reactor to bring along?
That's the thing. I mean, I'm sure that this hypermatter reactor is Federation tech.
yeah, that's the thing.
It's Federation tech.
We're the second generation to visit this planet. Ugh, I don't like this.
Something's rotten. Okay.
Xenobiology sounds much cooler than cooking. I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So now I have an interesting choice because it's my last action this turn.
Did I use this?
You did your second one.
Yeah.
So I can explore again. But as the Federation has told us, exploring on your last action can be dangerous because you're not in a position to run away if you run into something dangerous. So I think what I'm gonna do.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Don't we have to meet up soon?
Well, that was what I was coming to. So I think I'm gonna trust in our calculation that the swarm is gonna swarm the bigger creature.
Yeah.
And therefore that if I return to base,
yeah,
they will avoid us because also we're two. And
yeah.
I trust in that. Let's see if it's true. I'm gonna do it anyway. So, hey Anders.
How can you go to the tiles?
You can move as far as you want in a straight line, but you have to stop if there's a creature.
Okay, I remember now. Yeah.
So, hi Anders.
Hello.
Hey, how's your time been?
I've been destroying some ruins. Basically, that's all I did.
Well,
gathering some minerals.
Funny you should mention it. I've also been destroying ruins. I didn't think that there would be ruins on this planet.
No, it's kind of curious.
Quite curious. And I don't know, what was in your ruins?
Well, oddly enough, I found a hypermatter reactor with the Confederate logo on it.
Jesus.
So I don't know what that means.
But they didn't tell us that. They said that this was a completely unexplored planet.
Yeah, and the curious thing was that I've only seen hypermatter reactors in textbooks.
And the thing is, I'm thinking, I mean, if there was a previous expedition here, where is that expedition now?
Well, since they've left behind ruins, completely destroyed,
is that a bad sign?
Unrecognizable ruins, I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
No. And I'm also wondering, I mean, if they came as ill-equipped as we came, I understand why they're not here anymore. Especially since it seems that they build ruins on either side of a den of very aggressive creatures.
Yeah, and is it me, or are we sort of committing the same mistake possibly by building a plant farm and a landing pad next to the same den?
The ruins that you found, did they in any way, shape, or form resemble a landing pad?
Now that you mention it, there was this landing pad kind of structure. I don't know.
Well, anyway, it's great to see you. I do not feel lonely anymore.
No, me neither. Great times.
Great times.
Great catching up.
So it's actually also, it's a free action to consume. So I could eat, but I think I'm going to wait until I'm even more hungry.
Yeah, okay.
Because we don't have so much food to go around.
And
so this was my third action.
Yeah. My third action is to pick a plant from our plant farm.
Yes. It's great that we now both have food.
It's really great.
So before we move on and do the creature, should we strategize a little bit? I mean, what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to build a xenobiology lab and a computing core, and we basically have everything but the bioplastics.
Yeah.
And the only way to find bioplastics is to either discover it by exploring or to build a bioplastic refinery. To build a bioplastic refinery,
What does it refine?
it refines matter on the planet and turns it into bioplastic.
So plant matter?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If we have 2 plant matter, you can see down here, then is it visible?
Yeah.
For 2 plant matter, we can build this bioplastic refinery and we can start generating our own bioplastic.
It's huge.
But we have to build it in a space where there are no other buildings. So perhaps something we could think of doing is to just harvest a little more plant matter from the farm and then go to the swamp, to the canyon or somewhere where there are no creatures preferably, and then build a refinery.
Another option
Yes?
is that I actually have the required minerals and plants. I have to eat one of them.
Yeah.
But I can pick up more plants. But I'm actually very close to be able to completing the computing core.
But you need the bioplastics, right?
Oh, it's bioplastic.
That's why I'm thinking that if we use plant
I thought it was
matter
plant matter. No, yeah, you're right. You're
to
right.
build the refinery,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
then we can start building our structures.
That's what we need to do.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
So let's see what the creatures does. There are a couple of more creatures now, so it's going to be interesting.
That was my final turn picking up the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all done. So the first creature to move, that's the fascist rat. And right now it's in its den, and it likes to distract predators, but there are no predators in its space. And it also likes to be in big groups.
Yeah, so maybe it just accumulates.
It just spawns or calls or whatever it does. But
shrieks.
it just, more fascist rats march in tune.
Yeah.
To the
rat drum.
To the rat drum and the Russian synth.
Yeah.
Cool. So now we have 2 fascist rats. Then we have our let's see. Okay, this is how it works. So now we have this creature, the parasite, but there are no parasites because the parasite was killed by the other creature.
Yeah.
So it may enter because we know this species is on the planet and we may encounter it again.
Yeah, yeah.
So now it is the Cladiswar soni. And they are, how many are there? 5. Okay. So they like to swarm over larger prey. There's a huge prey right next to them. I think this is a given.
Exactly. And I think they're not going to go all.
No.
They maybe go 3.
Well, they may go 3, but looking at the size of the creature, they'll need to be 4 in order to kill it. Because
would they attack without knowing that it's going to be a success?
Well, maybe not. But would they leave 1 or 2? Do you think they go out too few? Perhaps they underestimate, but they know this creature, don't they? They know what it takes to.
Maybe it depends on how intelligent they are.
I mean, they're a swarm. I mean, the only thing that should keep them would be that there are this new life form that's right next to them.
Yeah,
and there are 2 of them. So perhaps they want to perhaps just send 2 of these weird slug creatures out to start attacking, and then it'll take 2 turns for them to kill the creature.
Yeah.
Is that how it goes? Or do they just swarm it immediately? I mean, they can kill it in.
I just don't think that they would leave the hive or the nest unprotected when there are strange creatures around.
I mean, there are. How many are they? There are 5.
5.
So if they leave 1 behind, then they can immediately swarm and kill the big creature.
Yeah.
But the question is, do they dare to leave only 1 behind?
Yeah. And that's why I'm thinking that because we're next to it, maybe they are a little bit more hesitant.
But what then? Do they send out 2?
2 or 3, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they send 3 out and 1 goes back to protect the rest, to help with protecting.
Okay. Let's do that. Then send 3 over there.
Yeah.
And then it means that they can they swarm it and they hit it. Gives 3 damage to this creature. I'm gonna put 3 damage tiles on it. So now this huge lumbering beast, the Laceropulminus, is dying. It's being swarmed by these creatures. It has these huge slugs attached to its body, and it's just trying to roll around in this desert, trying to get them off, but they're all over it. But it's still alive.
Wow.
Then
Fighting for his life.
Fighting for his life. That's where we leave it for now, dramatically. And then we turn to another wounded creature, which is the Telarctostile with the empathy bacteria. And I forgot to mention that it can howl like mule, so like pathetically shriek.
Yeah.
And if it does that, then explorers, that's us, if we're in the same hex, we gain loneliness because it shrieks like a baby in a crib. And even those 1 to 2 hexes away gain 1 loneliness. So how does that work? Oh, so you feel less lonely if you hear it at a distance because you hear something is there, but if you're too close, it sounds horrible, and you get to feel lonely.
The empathy creature causes loneliness only if you're in the same tile, apparently.
Oh, now I see it. You gain loneliness. It's because I'm confused about losing and gaining loneliness.
Yeah. What is
positive and what is negative?
Yes.
So let's think about this. To lose loneliness must be negative.
I lose loneliness. Do I become more lonely, or do I become?
Yeah, if you lose loneliness, you become less lonely, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Here it says that you gain loneliness if you fight it. That must mean that you become more lonely by fighting it.
I think so.
Because you have empathy towards it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So gain loneliness is taking loneliness
away
away from you.
It makes sense.
Are you following, guys?
This is an intense discussion about loneliness and mewling creatures.
Yes.
So this creature, which is dying, perhaps because it is dying, it just howls.
Yeah.
It screams. It screams for comfort and care.
And in pain.
And in pain. And it means that since we're 1 hex away from it, we become more lonely. So we are sitting at our plant farm. We've just created a space shuttle, and we're almost considering just getting back onto the space shuttle and just leaving. But we don't want to disappoint the Federation because we know what that means.
Yeah. Even worse.
So sitting there in our newly built space shuttle, almost ready to push the big button to take off, we hear this piercing scream, this howling coming from deep within the forest. And our hearts start bleeding, and we leave the spaceship because we cannot leave this creature alone.
No.
So let's become a little more lonely.
That's interesting. This is a very contemporary game, I guess. Loneliness was only discovered recently.
Yeah, excellent. So now the final creature is the big dying creature. How does it react? I mean, it likes to gorge on large creatures. It's not aggressive to smaller creatures while digesting, but it still exerts dominance. And it can, by exerting dominance, it causes loneliness. So, I mean,
how does that work?
Yeah, how does it work? It's also opportunistic.
Does it fight back?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, does it fight back, or does it try to scare them away?
Yeah.
Or does it try to flee?
Don't think it's not the type of creature to flee.
No.
It's too powerful.
Yeah.
I think it fights back or it scares them off.
Don't you think it's almost, I'm not sure it has the power to scare them off. Don't you think it just tries to roll over and crush some of them?
Yeah. It's a fight for its life.
Yeah. It's in a fight for its life.
Yeah.
So it kills one of these small slug creatures. So now there's meat.
Yeah.
And I think that's all it does.
Mm-hmm.
And then comes the horrible phase where we have to spawn creatures.
Oh my god, yes.
That's with these two.
Let's see. What?
Nothing.
Nothing happens.
Wonderful. That's the best roll. Then let's see if I can do just as well. Yes, nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Perfect.
Nothing happens.
So the only thing that happens is that we get more lonely and more hungry.
Why do we get more lonely? We're standing together.
We stand together, so we actually we just give each
Replenish.
other a big hug, and
Yeah,
we
yeah,
become not lonely again. But
So
we do get hunger.
We were shocked by the wails of the creature in the north, but we instantly hugged it out.
We hugged it out. That's great. I love that. So, and now we each have food, which is good. So, what is the plan now? The plan is to build a bioplastic refinery.
Bioplastic refinery is of the utmost importance.
So, and since we can generate plant matter here, what if we both generate a plant matter, move together down to the swamp, perhaps?
Swamp would be good because it's far away from creatures.
And then build a bioplastic refinery and then start generating bioplastics so we can start building the other structures.
I also think we should explore, not immediately, but we should explore more to the east.
Yeah.
Just to create more areas where we can build.
Absolutely. But what I like about the swamp is that it's away from the other creatures.
Yeah.
Because if you go directly east now, we'll still be next to this howling creature. And it was
the
such
swamp,
a piercing, horrible howl.
No.
I don't want to hear that sound ever again.
No. We go closer to the swamp. Let's. I mean, I'm a little bit worried that we're leaving our plant farm and our crash site unattended, but I don't think we have any choice.
But are there any herbivores around? I mean, the rats are... No, they're not herbivores. The rats are herbivores. So they like to eat from the plant farm. But I mean, if there's a couple of rats eating a couple of lettuce heads...
It doesn't matter. We can always grow more plants.
It's okay. We can feed the fascist rats.
Yeah. Like we've been doing it our whole lives, basically. We're used to it.
We're used to it. So have some. We know. I mean, we know you're gonna take it anyway. So just have it. We're just gonna put it out for you.
Yeah.
So my first action is gonna be to generate some plant matter.
Yeah.
And just stay put.
Don't forget to eat.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'm thinking that I know that if you generate plant matter but you give it to me, then we can still carry everything.
Oh, can I do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So you give me another lettuce head.
Yeah.
That's your action 1.
Yeah.
Then my action 2 will be to move down into the swamp. Nothing bad ever happens in the swamps.
No, we have great experience with the swamp.
Yeah, we sometimes get a little stuck there.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. What I'm gonna do, I think I can go down there.
And now we're actually out of communication because I just moved.
Oh yeah, sure. But I need to eat, so what do we need for the...
Eating, by the way, is a free action.
It's a free action?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm gonna move down along with you.
Oh, there you are. I'm happy that you followed me, that you could see my footsteps in the swamp.
When you just left without saying anything, I just kind of assumed that, okay, maybe I should follow. Sometimes you need to use your words. You need to communicate these things.
Yeah. I was a little hasty. Sorry, I forgot we didn't have radios. So my third action is going to be to build the bioplastic refinery.
Nice.
So I'm going to spend 2 of these plant matter things, and somehow we can refine plant matter into bioplastic.
That's awesome.
That's pretty awesome. I don't know how it works, but it works.
It just works.
So I'm just going to put it down here. So what we can do in this space now is, in one action, we can generate 1 bioplastic.
Yeah.
And as always with these... No, we can just generate. We can't even destroy it. So you have 1 action left.
Okay, I'm going to use that action. We don't have to eat yet, right?
No, and it's not an action to eat. It's free. So we don't have to eat yet. No, we can last another turn. So we might as well wait it out, I think.
Yeah.
The only thing is that if we fight, then we lose hunger. We gain hunger.
Yes, but there's no creatures around, right?
No. And none will show up.
No, of course not. So what I will do, I will create a bioplastic.
Excellent. I was waiting
for you.
This. So now you have to drop something in the space because you have 2.
Can I just give it to you?
Thank you. I can. There's room in my back. Because I was so happy that my back was just getting more lightweight, and I just dumped this bioplastic in.
We carry the cross.
Okay. That's all right.
That was my last turn.
So now it is creature time. And the first creatures are the fascist rats.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they're still a small group, and they're not threatened.
I think that the only thing that how long is their area of operations?
They're very aware. 3 spaces away.
So they see the plant farm, they see the other creatures. At least they see the hive in the west.
But they
see us.
do also like to be in big groups. So I guess they're tempted by the plant farm.
What they also might do is try to lure creatures away from their own den, right?
Yeah.
But I think you're right. Maybe they want to accumulate a little bit more,
I think these groups,
a mass.
These big groups, they normally want to be 4 or 5 before they really do anything.
Yeah.
So I think we can just add one to them and then deal with them later.
Yeah.
Then it's the currently extinct parasitic beetle.
Yeah.
So we don't need to worry about them. But now it becomes interesting because now it's our slug creatures.
Yeah.
They have an almost dead gigantic animal in front of them.
They are ferocious. They're gonna just keep going on.
They're just gonna kill it.
Oh.
Okay, so now what happens is it turns into 4 meat.
Wow.
So there's a lot of meat out here.
So far we've been vegan.
Yeah, it's because we haven't learned how to process the meat.
Yeah, that's true.
We may change eating patterns soon. But it also means that there are now no large creatures around, which is good. So they're actually helping us out.
It's so far.
So far.
And they have got enough carcasses to nibble on for now.
Exactly. You see, one of them spent an action to kill the creature.
Mm-hmm.
The second creature there, it's probably going to start eating, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it eats one of these.
Yeah.
So now what do they do? Do they call on their friends to come eat?
Yes. But
do they leave the den unprotected?
I don't think they will leave the den unprotected. I think they will.
So send one to eat?
Send one to eat. Maybe, send one to eat.
Okay, then move one there and eat one meat. It's great that we need these large predators actually to keep... There is some kind of ecosystem here.
Definitely, yeah.
The large predators, we need them to keep the slugs distracted, because when the slugs are not distracted, then we're in trouble.
Definitely.
So this is going to be a main headache here, I think.
Basically, the den beast is our main headache.
I think so. We should really try to stay away from them.
Yeah. What is their area of awareness?
Their area of awareness is 3. And they actually prefer canyons. Watch out for canyons.
Maybe we shouldn't build in the canyon then. Maybe we should expand to the east and the south.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. I think that's a good idea. Then again, we have this wounded animal up there, and let me just see. There is meat there. I believe that if animals eat, they heal. Yep. Let me just check, because if they do that, I think that would be an obvious move, right? Before it was howling. And now
it makes sense that it would eat if it can.
If it can, especially if it heals. So
would it eat a carcass though?
Yeah, it removes damage. Yeah, they can only eat. You kill them and then they eat them.
Yeah.
So it can eat and then it heals.
Yeah.
But I also think it's nice that in the last turn it didn't eat the meat in front of it. No, it was just howling in pain and angry. And it's so empathetic that it's like, why are no one empathetic with me?
So lonely.
And we just walked away from it.
Yeah, it's so lonely.
It's such a lonely creature. So it eats the meat and it takes away the damage.
Okay, cool.
So it heals. And those are all the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So now comes the spawning round. So we'll see if more creatures spawn.
Yeah, let's see.
Nothing from your side.
And you?
And do I spawn anything? No.
Nothing happens.
We are on a roll here.
We're in luck.
We are absolutely in luck. And then, of course, we're now very hungry.
Yeah.
And we're not lonely because we're together. But we're extremely hungry.
We're extremely hungry.
But we both have food.
I start off this. I think I'm just going to eat.
I'm...
Oh, yeah, you start. Yeah, sorry,
I have my first action.
Yeah, you have the first action.
What I'm considering here is you have 2 minerals.
Yeah.
So if I give you my bioplastic.
Yes.
And I eat.
Yes.
Then that would be a thing.
But you can't give you can't give it to me just yet because I still have a
I'll
full.
just drop it in the space, and when you
Okay.
have eaten, you can pick it up.
Okay, yeah.
But none of
Picking
these.
up is free.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
eating is free, dropping is free. All these things are free. So
Okay.
so I still have to figure out what my action is gonna be.
Okay.
Because what you're gonna build is the computing core, right?
Yes.
So the next thing we need to build will cost 2 plant matter and 1 bio.
We need more bioplastic.
So I think I'm gonna spend a turn generating bioplastic,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna drop a bioplastic in the space.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna eat a food. So this is the first time we eat on this planet.
We haven't even tasted the fauna yet.
We haven't used. This is my first. We're not eating fauna. We're eating flora.
What is
Because
fauna?
the fauna is animals.
Ah, okay.
Flora
Yeah,
is
yeah.
plant
Sure,
life.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is a very tasty plant that we've grown in the plant farm. I assure you. And look, I feel so full. I just ate a small portion. I'm already
salad.
full. I feel so good. And then I refined. What did I just do? Could I? Oh yeah.
bioplastic,
Then I refined some bioplastic. Excellent.
Yeah. That was your first.
That was
turn.
my first turn.
I'm gonna immediately eat,
Yes.
replenish my hunger. Great. And then, what do I need? I need 2 bioplastic. I'm gonna generate a bioplastic.
Yeah,
Might as well.
there's one you can pick up also. But
Wait.
but
hold
what
on.
I'm thinking is right now we cannot build the lab in this space because there's already a refinery, so we have to move elsewhere.
Need to move, but I don't need a bioplastic. I could generate it just. But I might have. Maybe
but
it's
I
better.
also have one, so we
Yeah,
don't.
maybe it's better to explore and see if I can find another place to build.
Yeah, but it's good to explore early in the turn, I think.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna go.
let's find a nice spot to build a computing core.
I'm gonna go down here.
So let's see. We love to build in the forest.
Yeah.
And what's in the forest?
Let's see.
It looks like an anomaly.
Yeah.
What's this anomaly?
A den.
It's another den. Oh no.
Spawn 1. Den -1.
Oh, is it a den 1 creature? Can I see?
Yeah, no, I can't decipher this.
No, it's a den 1 creature.
Okay.
It means it spawns another den for the fascist rats.
Aha.
So they're also here.
Aha. Can I destroy?
Everywhere.
Can I destroy the den?
You can kill the creature.
But I can't destroy the den.
No, but you can kill the creature.
Can I build on top of the den?
Can you build on top of the den? I perhaps you can. Let me just check if you can build on top of a den. So building needs to be the only card. You cannot build on top of a den.
Ah, okay. Okay, so this was some wasted effort.
Yeah, you need, but at least you explored it, and the fascist rats are not super dangerous.
No, they're fine. They're fine.
I mean, you could kill it, but
No, but
yeah,
I can't do it this turn.
yeah. Anyway, we're out of range, so
Yeah.
we can't really discuss.
Yeah, but I can't do anything right now. You have
no,
to. It's your
I have
turn.
to do something. So I'm also going to explore, and I'm going to go in here.
Yeah.
So let's see what's over there. I'm really looking for a place where we can start building.
Another swamp.
Oh, it's a swamps. Are brilliant places for building computing cores, aren't they?
I think so.
Underwater computing
that's
core.
what I've heard. Basic 101 computing core.
Always
knowledge.
build in swamps.
Yeah.
Let's see what's in the swamp.
Moisture's great for CPUs.
This is a landmark. This is really annoying because now there are structures everywhere, so we cannot build.
More structures.
Whoa! You know what this swamp is made of?
No.
Liquid bioplastic.
Whoa.
It's a bioplastic bog,
Wow.
and it
Sounds disgusting.
It's disgusting, but you can just pick up bioplastic. So
Okay.
we have plenty of bioplastics.
Okay. Great.
So I'm here. But the annoying thing is we cannot build anything on it.
No.
So the canyon starts looking interesting, except that we know that the slug creatures, they love canyons.
That's the problem. You know what? I think I'll just explore further in this direction.
Yeah, do that.
And it's a canyon.
Ooh.
But it's out of range of the slug creature.
They don't
know this.
They
yet.
don't know this canyon.
No.
But you still have to find out what's in the canyon.
Let's give it a roll. Anomaly.
It's an anomaly. Please not another den.
It is another den.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
It's a new den creature.
Oh my
there is no
God.
room for building. That's the big problem with this planet.
That's a huge problem.
There is no room.
We were
It's so
right to destroy
crowded.
the ruins.
It's so crowded. So yeah, that's a good question about destroying the den, but no, we can't.
No.
Oh, actually, I just need to. Oops. We have the den markers instead of these
Okay.
cards.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a den, and then we find a new creature. What is it? It's a new den-dwelling creature. It's again a human-sized creature.
Wow.
It's called a Venor piglacy.
Big lazy.
It looks like.
Can you show it?
Yeah, it looks like some weird furry creature with two tails.
Like a squirrel almost. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. And then, is it back in focus?
That's a great question. I think so, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So the Venor piglacy, they chase any passing creature out of excitement. So they're
Like a dog.
Like a dog, like this little excited creature with two tails wagging at the same time.
Okay.
And they prefer scraps provided by larger creatures over hunting.
Okay.
So they love leftover food.
Yeah.
And they eat both plant matter and meat.
They don't sound so bad.
They don't sound so bad. So, but they don't have a preferred terrain, and their attention radius is only 1.
Okay.
And they're just whatever is there, they like to find it.
Yeah.
And they prefer small groups, so 2 or 3 is fine. And they're also opportunistic.
Okay.
So
it doesn't sound like something we need to worry that much about. The only thing is that when we enter a tile with a creature on it, it stops us in our tracks.
Yeah.
That could be the only thing that could be annoying with this creature.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too dangerous, actually. And maybe it's even something that other creatures would want to hunt.
Yeah. Because it is a large creature.
It's as large as we are.
Yeah.
So it's actually good to have something to take away attention from us, right?
Yeah.
I just need to find it. It's a 2 den.
You got to kill is the ominous suggestion from the chat.
Is that the wisdom of the chat?
The wisdom of the chat is murder, murder, murder. Kill, kill, kill.
Okay.
Kill this cute squirrel dog-like creature. Was done no harm.
I think this creature can be of benefit to us.
I think it's gonna help us.
Absolutely. So there we go. A lot of them. Okay. So I'm happy to see that some like non-lethal creatures are entering the ecosphere here.
Me too. I was beginning to worry that this planet was completely murderous.
Yeah, it's a little better now.
Yeah. We also kind of moved away from the more dangerous creatures. We are not completely out of sight from the slug.
We just need somewhere where we can build because otherwise we'll have to tell the agency that it's so inhabited this planet that is there room for us? Yeah. Perhaps it's also why that these former explorers,
who knows what the tragic fate they endured.
They built something and then that just disappeared.
Yeah. So
that was
my turn.
Was that your second turn? And then it's my third?
No, your third turn was to... No, yes, sure. You're right. That was my second turn, yeah.
I don't want to extract anything. I need plant matter but I need to find a space where you can build something, actually.
Yes.
So I think I'm going to go further east.
Yeah.
So let's hope that this is a space without any dens or...
And we get... What is this?
Tundra.
Tundra.
That is actually where... I think we had a creature... Yeah, these large creature, the large creature that died over there, they prefer the tundra.
Yeah. No, they deserve. Maybe they deserve the canyon, but they also prefer the canyon.
They prefer the canyon.
Yeah.
But the large creatures prefer the tundra. Oops. And what that means is, I think, a resource. Is that correct? Yes. It's a tundra. Ooh. This is an orb.
Ooh, finally.
So I can pick up this orb, and
that's really important, actually.
Orbs are very important because what orbs can do is that they stun adjacent creatures. So if you... I don't know how you do it, but if you activate an orb, then creatures in your space and all spaces around it, they will not do anything when it's their turn.
Yeah.
It's a one-time thing.
That could come in handy.
But
Definitely.
more important, it's an empty tundra.
Great.
So perhaps, actually, I think building a computing core in a swamp was probably a bad idea. I think a tundra is much better.
Tundra is great because it has automatic cooling and everything.
Yes.
Okay. So
Your last move.
my last move is to
It's great. We can
connect with you.
talk again,
Yeah.
and we're not lonely.
And okay, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So we're at the tundra, and we have a plan for next turn, which is great.
Yeah.
And
And we have microplastic all over the place.
microplastic all over the place. I think everything is moving along nicely.
The only thing is,
One contingency we have to be aware of is something happens when a creature enters the landing pad. So we have to be aware. I'm just going to put a marker there to remind us that something happens if someone enters the landing pad.
Okay, so the creature, it's the creature's turn.
It's the creature's turn. First is the rats.
I would just to recap. I would say that the challenge we have is that if we want to construct a fuel well, we need more minerals, and the minerals are quite far away.
Yeah, but right now we don't need fuel.
The only reason for fuel is actually to go to the mineral well.
That we can jump quickly.
That we can jump to that tile.
Yeah, and also when we need to jump back to a spaceship to escape the planet at some point.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah. So maybe that's not a huge concern right now.
No, because I think the two structures we need to build is the computing core and the senior biology lab.
Yeah.
So, and since it's so difficult to find places to build, we should probably use the tundra for building.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely.
And we can build one of them straight away. So, the first creatures to do something is the fascist rats, and they're here and they're there.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a total of 6 possible rats that can be on the map at the same time. And since they like swarms, I definitely think that this one is gonna call on a friend.
Yeah, I think so too. But do they both have a turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
All creatures have separate individual turns, so they actually all 3 of them have a turn.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, they'll call one. Yeah, they'll act as a group, I guess. So I don't know if they are also going to call someone or if they're going to start moving.
What are their?
They like to lure other creatures away.
Yeah.
But
no one is threatening them.
No one is threatening. But I am wondering whether the building of a landing pad right next to their lair has them scared. If they want to find out what a landing pad is, they're gonna send an explorer. They do send individuals out, like rats do, right, to test the waters.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm wondering, because they're not threatened, would they actually go out of their way to?
I mean,
wouldn't they be more interested in the plant farm?
Maybe, but then they have to cross through the landing pad.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I have a sense that they're somewhat curious creatures.
Yeah.
That they like to. I mean, we just built like a huge structure in the forest right next to them.
Yeah.
They might want to check out if there's a predator living there or what is this. I mean, we don't even know what we built. Yeah, we built a landing pad.
Landing pad for what?
For what?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what's going to land there?
Yeah. Yeah, we can say that.
So, should we send a rat up there?
Just a single rat.
Okay.
No,
Will you send a rat up there, and then I'm gonna see what that means, because now we have a rat entering the landing pad. That's rats and wires and stuff. There's something bad about that, isn't there?
Eating the bioplastic off the wires.
So we're out there in the tundra, and we get an incoming transmission. Something's happening in the background. Alert! Alert! The landing pad is compromised by fascist rats. Sensors detect additional life forms underneath the foundation.
Not good, not good.
Probable genetic relation between the new creatures and the intruder.
Okay.
Add 4 creatures to the landing pad. These creatures match the species currently in that hex.
Okay, so they discover their brethren.
They only have 1 more. There are only 6 of them.
Okay.
So
Rat-infested landing pad.
Yeah. So they're only going to be another one, but it means that. Yeah.
Does it destroy the landing pad? No. They just live there.
They
now.
just live there. They don't destroy it. It just means that now there's a lot of rats running around the landing pad. But that's why things turn to ruins in this world.
The creatures are so curious. They're investigating all the structures, and slowly they decay.
Yeah. And now there's another contingency. So
Full of rat feces and
if building starts getting destroyed, something happens.
Yeah.
But we don't have any creatures right now that destroy buildings.
No, and the rats, they're just curious. Maybe they're sniffing the wires and
they're chewing a little bit on the corners, but I don't think they're
just to test it out. But so far, it's holding up.
Okay, so that's excellent. But there's a big rat infestation in the south, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think that this is a good planet really for settling on.
This planet is not meant for human interaction, I think.
I think it has its own nice little ecosystem.
Yeah, we're not meant to be here.
We're not meant to interfere in this.
No.
It has that feeling, right?
Yeah.
It has that colonial feeling that we walk into a territory and just pretend that it's ours.
Destroy the ruins, and then we're surprised that the animals are attacking us. And
yeah, I can see a metaphor here. Okay, so those were the rats. Then the parasites, they're currently extinct. Then we have our slug friends. I think they're just gonna feast on meat.
They're gonna feast on as much as they can. They're opportunistic.
There are three meats. They're gonna eat everything.
Opportunistic, by the way.
Are they opportunistic? No, they're aggressive.
Yeah, they eat.
And the last one is just gonna stay. Perhaps the last one is gonna summon another creature.
Or it's gonna return to the hive.
No, but I'm thinking the one that is in the hive.
That's gonna, for sure. That's gonna summon,
So it's gonna call on another creature, or it's gonna just, I don't know. Perhaps it's just spawning.
They're just spawning like crazy.
Yeah. Then it is the
lonely beast.
Yeah, the lonely beast is gone. So it's the Vino Piglesi.
No, that's what I mean. The lonely Lino Piglesi. No, not this one.
Is it that one? Not yet. First is these ones actually.
Why?
It goes like there's a chart over
there.
Okay,
there's a whole system.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a whole system. And the Vino Piglesi, they're the ones that chase passing creatures out of excitement, and they prefer scraps.
Are they gonna chase us?
They like to be in small groups of 2 or 3. So I'm wondering.
Maybe it spawns first.
Do you think? I think it spawns first, and then I think it's gonna chase us.
Yeah.
And they're just going to be... Perhaps it's good to have them around, because other creatures may attack them instead of us.
I think it's great.
So it's like the canary in the coal mine kind of thing.
Yeah, completely, yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Another creature. And then it's the lonely beast, howling beast in the forest.
Howling beast of the north.
With the empathy bacteria.
Yeah. I feel sorry for it already, even though I haven't been in contact with the bacteria.
But it's also interesting here that and it's probably what it is, but here it's very clear that empathy is a survival strategy.
Yes.
It doesn't come from the good of your heart.
No.
It makes other creatures like it,
forced
so
empathy.
They get close and it can eat it.
Yeah, forced empathy.
Yeah.
So what does it do?
Well, what does it do? Yeah. It's opportunistic. It eats meat. It eats plants. I'm looking at the wrong one. It eats meat and plant. It likes the forest. It likes to be alone.
It is in the forest. It is alone.
But the plant farm has food.
And it's also in the forest.
It goes to the plant farm.
It goes to the plant farm. Because the plant farm has been abandoned for quite some time now. Yeah. So it sees its opportunity
So now we have... And this creature is really... This is the epicenter of emotion on this planet. It makes you cry just to be around it. And now it's just started... I think it's just going to stay in our plant farm for as long... I mean, someone just built... just build a giant greenhouse where it can just eat. It doesn't have to go and find its own
There's
food.
no one there.
No.
So you might as well
It's just a lot of salad.
Yeah.
It just munches away.
And those were Tatsuvitra. I was gone for a minute. Sorry, it's okay, Tatsuvitra. That it happens. But now, from now on, we expect your full attention. Okay. How is life on emo planet?
Well,
Well, the most emo creature.
The most emo creature has just nestled in around our spaceship.
Yeah, in our greenhouse.
Yeah, so we have this howling, empathetic creature, or not empathetic, but the creature that uses empathy to lure in its prey.
Yeah.
Us. We have to somehow get past it, I think, because it's not going to leave.
And how are we going to deal with it?
Well, I also see that there is a swarm.
Maybe we don't have to deal with it.
I think there's a swarm of something very nasty right next to it.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to deal with it.
Another thing is that at some point we have to eat again. So we just have to maybe think about that. Because we have to...
Oh, we can't generate plant matter.
No, and our plant farm is currently inhabited by a giant emo beast and Miyazaki world. It's definitely a Miyazaki beast living in our greenhouse right now.
So, but we're on the tundra, far away, and
Yeah.
we were about to build a computing core in a swamp,
Yeah.
and then we decided against it. Somehow, common sense set in,
For some reason.
and we moved to the tundra. So,
Well, obviously, but I just wanna state again.
Yeah.
We do have to eat at some point,
we do.
and
But our stomachs are full right now.
yes, but we don't have an alternative food source.
No. Do we have jet fuel so we can just jump back
No.
to the plant farm?
Oh,
Perhaps we should build that fuel well.
well, we need minerals.
Okay,
And
always
the minerals
something.
are in the northwest, completely out of our reach.
You have minerals, but you have to use them for building the computing core, because otherwise we
Yeah.
won't progress.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's do the spawning phase.
Yeah.
There's a-
Something happens.
Oh, you have to roll one of those and one of those. You roll two
I
of the
rolled two
same
of
kind,
those.
so you have
Okay.
to do like this.
Sorry.
That's right. There you go.
Something happens still.
So there's a wandering creature number 3.
How
That-
many creatures are there on this planet?
I don't know. Right now we've discovered 6 different species,
Mm.
and now comes the Tilarctostile. It's another of the emo creatures, and it spawns next to us. So where does it spawn? Do you think? In the bog, in the bioplastic bog, or down there by the Venopiglesi creatures?
Could be both.
I mean, this is it is carnivorous.
You could also imagine that the dog-like squirrel creature is attracted to this one.
Yeah.
But since the den is there,
But
I don't know.
No, don't you think that
That's the
because we
swamp.
moved through the bioplastic bog, we somehow disturbed it and
Yeah.
it woke from its
Yeah.
slumber? It's like, what's this? What's going on here? So now we have 2 of the. I love these emo creatures.
I love them too. And
I
they are
think-
very Miyazaki-ish.
Yeah, and they're called Tilarctostile.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the Tilarctostile planet. Wonderful. Let me see if I also can. Whoops, spawn something.
You spawn something.
I spawned something in a den. Oh, it's one of these.
Oh no.
So it's another one of the
There-
slug creatures.
There's 6 of them now.
The slug creatures are menace.
They are a complete menace.
I think when we leave this planet, we need jet fuel, and then we need to, with our jetpacks, go straight to the ship and then just leave.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we can hang around.
No, that's what I'm saying.
We're going to get killed if we go over there.
We need an alternative food source, and
Yeah.
we need perhaps jet fuel, or at least we just need to run to the rocket.
When we build the xenobiology lab, we may be able to learn how to process meat. And then we can hunt creatures and live off the meat.
Okay, but can I just say something? In order to build the xenobiology lab, we need 2 plants.
We'll find more
I'm
plants.
just saying, maybe we should build another greenhouse.
We'll find more plants.
Oh, okay.
I
I
don't
like your
think-
enthusiasm. I like your.
We can only build one greenhouse.
Yeah,
We've
there you
already
go.
built it.
Yeah, and it's already been
And
taken
it's
over
been
by
by-
a huge lumbering beast.
By this huge lumbering muling beast.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's gain 1 loneliness and 1 hunger.
Yeah.
No, not loneliness. We're together.
Oh yeah.
Just hunger. And then let's start out. We're at 0. So you'll be building the computing core,
Yes,
right?
for sure, yeah.
Sure. Okay. What do I need to do to build
need
this?
to explore.
We need to find plant life.
Yeah.
So I just need to explore. And where do I want to explore? I think I'm going to explore up here.
Just one note on that.
Should we just discuss a little more?
Because if you go up there, it's going to bring you into
Oh, it's
area of attention of the slug.
Oh, they have a
swarm.
3. Okay, I see your point. I may have to go down here instead.
Yeah.
But so I'm gonna look for plant life.
Yeah.
You're gonna build a computing core.
Yeah.
And then see what that unlocks, perhaps.
And should we already? Well, we're not far away from each other, but still, should we plan? If we're gonna go in separate directions, should we plan on meeting up again?
Yeah, we should. I mean, I guess that we need to find food or we're dead.
And I would just say that this could actually be a real problem because we can't go directly back to our plant farm because there is a lumbering, empathetic beast in the way. You see what I'm saying?
I think we need to explore.
Yeah, Tatsumichi says, I think you should explore more. I mean, what could go wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing could go wrong.
Should we just explore and then perhaps just meet back at the computing core in a few turns? Hopefully with full stomachs. I hate it if we die of starvation out here on the tundra. But I do see...
I think the tundra is where you actually die of starvation.
Right. But let's try to meet up soon.
Okay.
But if in a couple of terms we still haven't found food, we have to go to the plant farm.
Yeah, we just do it. We
just do it and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, so basically, plan B is to meet up at the plant farm.
Plan B is to meet up at the plant farm.
Yeah. Starvation, the pathetic death. I think all deaths are pathetic. Just as life is pathetic. That's just my personal philosophy.
Okay. That yeah.
But sure. If you want to put dead people into categories of how humiliating the death is, then sure.
Pathetic. Well, I mean, if we end up at the plant farm, we're definitely not going to die of starvation, but we're probably going to die of something much more horrible.
Yeah.
Like slugs.
Slugs or empathy.
Die of empathy. Yeah, that's actually also a possibility here with that creature around.
Yeah.
So let me go down here if you'll bring out another tile.
Yeah. Crushed by emo dragon, somewhat heroic. So that's tier 2 on your death list. I like that. Okay, here we have another forest.
Ooh, you know what grows in forest? Plants.
Yeah, and an emo character, emo beasts.
And anomalies.
An anomaly occurs.
Okay.
I would assume every occurrence is anomalous.
I hadn't thought it through about that plant farm. I thought actually we could build other plant farms.
I raised this flag several times, and you were unwilling to listen.
We can discover plant grows in these areas.
Yeah, I hope we do.
But we didn't. I discovered an anomaly, but we could have.
We could have.
I looked in the wrong places. Ooh, ruins. Destroy for any 2 resource cubes.
That's powerful.
Is that food?
We are destroying ruins no matter what, basically. We don't even care what the benefit is.
The benefit of keeping a ruin is durability for the buildings in the hex. And of course, understanding the civilization that went before, but...
we don't care.
Well, we used to care.
So 2, we could generate food from that.
I'm not in a conversation with you because I'm far away.
That's true.
But
So
it's not that I hadn't thought about destroying ruins and start eating it, just eating the bricks.
So me berating you will also fell on deaf ears.
But I mean, we can also wait. I mean, we're not dying of hunger just yet.
Okay. So my turn, and I choose, of course,
because there are also other resources that are interesting.
Build the computing core.
You built the computing core, so you spent the resources. So you have now built. And what does it say there?
What does it say? Improved consume action. Remove all damage from a building with 1 mineral.
Okay, so we can now repair buildings efficiently.
Yes. Unlock computing core gear.
Yes. So now we have a bunch of other stuff that we can build. And we can build 4 new things. We can build a location marker, which means that we can communicate somewhat. We can point at a hex.
And is this things we can create?
Yeah, and it costs resources. So 2 minerals to build locations, markers. Then a mineral and a plant to build a defensive swarm, which
What?
negates 1 injury damage. So it means that it's some kind of, I don't know, droid swarm or something that can help us defend if we're under attack. None of these sound super interesting for us, I think, right now. Then there's a sonic transducer. Once per round, we can broadcast 1 word. That's great. And it also removes 1 loneliness from another explorer, even at a distance, because we can talk at a distance. So we can just say, I'm here.
Well,
But the only thing is that if you use it, you yourself gain 1 loneliness.
Okay.
It sounds like a bad trade-off.
Yeah. I also think so. The way we are playing this game, I have to say, is we're kind of bending the rules a little bit in the sense that we are communicating perhaps a little bit more than the.
Yeah, it's probably not our main objective to build these things.
No, probably not.
The final thing we can build is a basic drone controller.
Sounds good.
So we can spawn a basic drone,
Yeah.
and the drone can fly around and fight for us and harvest resources.
Wow, that's super great.
That's super great. Let's see. Yeah. The drone can... So we can send the drone over to the plant garden and harvest resources for us.
Okay, that's
And it can also scare off creatures.
That's super great. So it acts like it has the same types of actions that we do.
Yeah, and it can fly, which I think means it can move 2 spaces in 1 turn or something.
Okay, that could actually.
And it costs 2 fuel though.
Oh my god, we don't have any fuel.
So what was that? Let's put this up here.
That's the only thing we actually need.
Yeah, we need some fuel, but still we got it. And also it unlocks something. So now we get another transmission, because now we complete another objective. Thank you. The computing core has linked with our sensors. Thank you for focusing your base on industrialization. Schematics have been uploaded for a prototype security tower. The monolithic utilitarian rooted drone with electronic railguns.
Whoa.
Which... Okay, the monolithic utilitarian rooted drone with electronic railguns. What's the acronym for that?
Monolithic utilitarian.
Monolithic utilitarian rooted drone with electronic railguns.
Murder. Murder.
Oh,
like
no.
Yetten said, kill. Just kill.
Please construct and test it. Be warned.
I'm not so sure.
Be warned, the turret does not discriminate between moving targets and cannot be turned off once built.
Please test it.
Unlock murder turret.
Oh my god. Is that automatically unlocked or?
Yeah. So now the Federation wants us to build a murder turret?
So it just kills everything that moves?
It sounds like it. Let's see.
Drones, your new overlords. Yes, sounds like it.
1 creature... If we build it, it takes 1 bioplastic, 1 fuel.
Yeah.
And then 1 creature or explorer in a hex adjacent to the turret receives 1 damage.
Well, okay. You see that? That sounds horrible.
What are they trying to achieve?
During the drone round phase.
Oh, the final unlock in this story is if the murder turret damage creatures 4 times, then this is unlocked.
Ooh, okay.
But
what if we...
But okay,
we're gonna take damage if we build this.
Yeah, and let's try to think this through. What is the Federation trying to achieve? Why do they want us to build a murder turret?
They want to eradicate life on the planet.
Okay, and are we cool with that?
Why did we go here to begin with? Because we're just doing what we've been told. But you're right.
But
Since we've discovered this...
We were told to build an outpost so other people, but we didn't know that it also included building a turret to kill off all...
I think this is what happens like say, this is what happens to people that at a young age, they get a, computing degree and they're very proud and they tell their parents, and then they get a job at a prestigious software company, not naming no names, and all of a sudden this prestigious software company get a, some sort of deal with the army, and all of a
at one of those deals you cannot say no.
You cannot say no, and all of a sudden you're building software that can recognize people from far away.
Yeah,
and can pinpoint targets at a
I have a friend who worked actually exactly this story. He was working in a software company. He was a computer engineer, and he was hired to work at a company. And suddenly one day, I hadn't seen him for a while, and then I asked him, "So what are you actually doing there at the company?" He said, "Well, we're building sort of new radars for controlling the movement of submarine missiles for them to hit more precisely." And just saying it in the sense, so you're building this targeting software,
Murder tool.
you're building murder turrets. It's like, oh, okay. I was like, last time I talked to you, creating a database for a library. And now you're building targeting software from submarine missiles.
Potato, okay? Who cares? Guys, why do you hate freedom? Yeah, that's the rhetoric that we need to remember.
Okay, so this is interesting. Anyway, the Federation wants us to use one bioplastic and one fuel to build a murder turret. And if we build it, I mean, we also have to think of our careers here.
Yeah, when we get back, we want to be celebrated.
We will be celebrated, I believe, if we build a murder turret.
Or we will not be murdered, maybe.
But I would like for us, when we if we build the murder turret, to have some fuel so we can jetpack away from the turret.
Great idea. Great idea. That's the way to do it.
We need fuel. What was it again? For build a fuel well, we need one bioplastic. We can get that, right?
Yes, but
We also
when?
need food. When? So slip of the tongue there.
The only place we know for sure that we have access to minerals, is the mineral vein in the northwest, all the way to the northwest. It's not so easily accessible right now.
That's true.
Because of the murder slugs.
There is also a mineral quarry that we can build using 2 bioplastics.
I think that's that's actually a great idea.
Where is it we get bioplastics? Oh, at the refinery.
Bioplastic.
At the bog. Does that creature in there hurt us? It is carnivorous. It may cause us a lot of loneliness, but if we go together.
Yeah.
Because I think it's not aggressive. It's actually defensive. So I think if we don't threaten it, it may cause us to lose loneliness. But if we move together, we just hug and we dispel the loneliness.
Yeah. Go hand in hand. We
hand in hand through the bioplastic bog with this howling creature in the background. This is the cover of a sci-fi novel.
What a beautiful scene.
That's what we're gonna do.
That's what we should do.
And then, we can't strategize.
We can't strategize. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
It's just
we're breaking up.
This radio is not working. Okay, so that was your action number 1.
Yeah.
My action number 1 was to discover the ruins. So I'm gonna take an executive decision here, and I'm gonna destroy the ruins. What else do you do?
That's weird.
And then I'm gonna take 2 food.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna...
You drop 1 then.
What do I drop? Because I really like the orb, because it can stun creatures.
But you also need...
But
wait a minute.
We can't strategize, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But I'm gonna leave
I have these great suggestions for Jacob.
But I'm gonna leave the bioplastic, because I think we're just gonna generate a lot of bioplastic over there. We also need food to construct the xenobiology lab, but I think it's good to have food ourselves. So I'm sure you have a better plan, but you can tell me all about it when we meet up.
I have such a great plan, and you won't even believe it when you hear it. You're gonna be.
I'm gonna be sorry I destroyed those ruins for food.
Well, first of all, you destroyed the ruins.
The ruins are gone.
Okay.
Your second action.
Yes. My second. I haven't even thought about it actually.
No, yeah. All the things up there can be built wherever we are. We don't have to be at the computing core to build it.
Now we have the schematics. Okay, so I'm gonna explore.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Which direction I want to go? Getting the coordinates here. The coordinates being.
Are you taking notes? Yes. Exciting. It's a canyon. There may be minerals in the canyon.
Let's see.
Roll the minerals. Yes, there's a mineral.
Ooh, great.
You can pick it up immediately. So you found a mineral.
Yeah.
That is awesome. What do we have that requires minerals?
Can't strategize, but I can look. There are some options.
So now it's my last turn. So I don't think I'm gonna explore because I think, well, I think we need to strategize. So I think I'm gonna move over here.
Oh yeah, you can move in a straight line.
Yeah. So I'm gonna spend my last turn to go up here, and then I come back and I tell you proudly, look, I found those ruins and I tore them all down, and now I have food, and I left behind the bioplastic because I thought we're not gonna use it anyway.
But actually,
Would you have done differently?
no, I would just say that you have the option now. No, I was.
To build the xenobiology lab?
No, you have. Yeah, exactly. You have the option to build a xenobiology lab.
I should have
Actually,
done that.
where you were standing.
I should have done that.
Yeah, because the ruins were gone. You destroyed the ruins.
But then we don't have food. What's more important, xenobiology labs or food?
The xenobiology lab only works if we had meat, right? Or is that just one part of the xenobiology thing?
Oh, if we build it, we can eat meat. I should totally have built the xenobiology lab.
See? I'm just saying. Or I wasn't saying, but I was thinking it.
Thanks for reminding me. Okay, I need to do that next turn actually. Even though it's going backwards.
Yeah, you need to do that.
You still have one action left.
Okay, and
It's a little bit scary to be with the emo creatures alone
yeah, you don't
because
want to
they
do that.
drain you.
But we need. What do we need?
Why didn't I build the xenobiology?
I don't know. We need bioplastic
Yeah.
because we want to build a mineral quarry or a fuel well or both, preferably. We actually need a fuel well and we need a mineral quarry. We need both. Oh, what do I do?
Well, if you, what it does is that it mules, which means that you lose extra loneliness. But if you go there, you won't have time this turn to pick up any, so it doesn't make sense.
I'm just gonna lose loneliness. Not so scared about loneliness because we can always reconnect.
But also exploring on your last action is really dangerous.
Yeah. What do? Do I go to the? I could also go to the plant farm. But that's.
But you risk getting swamped by these creatures. And do wait a sec. You can use the look.
What is that?
If I give you the orb,
That's not the orb.
and you go to the plant farm, you set off the orb, you stun all creatures in the space and all spaces around it, and they'll not take any actions this turn. And it's free to use the orb.
And I do that. I harvest plant material.
Next turn, you harvest plant material.
And I could even, and they're stunned for a whole turn.
Yeah.
I could even make it to the mineral vein.
Yeah, but you already have a mineral.
Yeah.
So perhaps you just get some food and then we meet up at the bioplastic bog or refinery.
Yeah. You have 2 plant manners.
I'm gonna go down and build. It's stupid. It's a wasted turn. But
Should I even bring plant matter for you?
I'm gonna use this to build the xenobiology
Yeah, exactly.
lab.
So that's going to be gone.
Yeah, so you need to get 2.
Yeah. Well,
And then get the hell out of
That's
there.
a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
I'll give you the orb.
Yeah.
And you just go. And then we meet up in some kind of bio place.
Yes.
We're gonna figure it out.
We're going to figure it out. So I move here. I set off the orb. I press in some digits. Huge sphere.
And all those creatures are swamped. And Tatsavitra asked whether losing loneliness is good or bad. We had that discussion before, losing and gaining, because it's not actually quite clear to us. But I think we settled upon losing loneliness is good, and gaining loneliness is bad.
Yeah. And since we're used to being hopeless, so we're not really trading in hope normally.
No, I mean, I think loneliness is some kind of subcategory of hopelessness.
Yeah.
I don't know which. I mean, normally in our games, we only use hopelessness. We haven't used loneliness before. Perhaps we should expand our repertoire and start making games with loneliness.
Gaining hope is a whole new mechanic.
We do actually have a mechanic where you can gain 0 hope.
Yeah. One of the
But
best.
that's one of the best
ones.
one of the best mechanics we have.
I'm thinking, should we do the creature turn or take a break or?
Let's just do the creature turn because it's not going to be very long because they're stunned.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then take a break.
Yeah. So both some of the rats, the lumbering creature, and the slug swarm is
So
stunned.
we start with the rats, and some of the rats are not stunned, but they cannot move into that sphere because it's so they have to stay there.
Yeah.
Here there are only 2 rats. They like to lure away predators. I don't think they want to leave their den when they're just 2.
No.
I think they're staying put, right?
If anything, yeah, I think they're staying put.
Because how would they lure away? Then it should be to go over here to distract it from the fact that their den is there.
Yeah, going over here to
Try to force it
to move.
Perhaps that.
Perhaps.
No,
What
but
do
that
you-
place is stunned because of the orb.
Okay. What do you guys? Anyone have any suggestions of the fascist rat movement? What would a fascist rat do?
What do fascist rat do? But they do like to be in big groups.
Yeah. So why would? But the luring away part, I'm a little bit unsure how that would work.
I think it's like if you think of the rats that we kind of know. I mean, they sacrifice their own, so they might send someone in just to have them spend an action to kill that rat and then not go to the den.
Yeah, that could actually make sense.
So they could be suicidal in that sense.
Yeah, I think
mean,
they are.
most fascist rats are suicidal.
And right now, because of the limitations, they can never grow bigger than they are.
Yes, so then it would just stay there forever.
Yeah, so I think it should go to the creature.
They're gonna send easy meat to this creature to keep it away from the den. So it's just a kamikaze rat that goes there. Then
Diversion rat.
the parasites are extinct at the moment. The slugs are all stunned from the orb, and the Venor pickles, these weird creatures that run around wagging their 2 tails. They are not stunned. They're down there. They like to be in small groups. There are a small group now. They prefer any kind of terrain, and they like larger creatures.
Maybe they're also attracted to the...
Yeah. Do you think they just go one of them again to have one at the lair? Or do you think they don't care so
They
much
don't care about
the lair?
the lair. They're just curious.
They just want to see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, something's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a fascist rat.
They're not so interested in the rat. They're more interested in the emo.
Yeah, I think
beast.
they're more interested in emo. And now they may, in a second, because now it's the emo beast's turn, I think they're going to see the emo beast crushing a rat.
Maybe.
So, it uses its empathy-generating bacteria to lure the rat closer.
Yeah, of course.
And then it takes this big paw, steps on it. And the Venor Piglesi, they're just super excited to see this.
They're just jumping around.
Wow. He killed a rat. And they're also because they're carnivorous, so they may eat the meat in the next turn.
Yeah.
That's how they work. And then that's basically all the creatures.
Yeah.
So we just need to roll for what is it called? Spawning creatures.
Spawning creatures. Let's see what...
Nothing. And can I spawn anything? I can spawn a den creature.
More den creatures.
It's a slug, but there are already 6 slugs, so no more slugs come out.
Okay, great.
So there.
Well, we have 6 slugs. It's not good.
But we get hunger and we do get loneliness because we're not together.
Yeah.
So, so the situation right now is that we are doing pretty well. We've been instructed to build a murder turret. We've built a computing core. We're close to building a xenobiology lab. We're going to do that next turn.
I think we're doing pretty good.
We're doing pretty good. And we keep it under control. I am a little afraid about how we're going to get off this planet. But I think we can do it.
I think so too. We're close to the objectives.
Yeah. Things are going to happen now. Things are really going to happen now.
Yeah, because we discovered that we're actually quite close to completing the main objective, right?
At least the next step in the main objective. But we're definitely getting closer. Because when we build the xenobiology lab, we have built all the 3 buildings that we set out to build. Yeah. And then we'll see, what more devious plans the Federation have for us.
We still have the murder turret that may or may not be built.
and we can build fuel. We have plans here. I'm gonna start by moving back into the forest and pick up the bioplastic that I left down there.
Yeah.
Because stupidly I didn't build the xenobiology lab before, but my good friend Anas, he told me that I should go back and do it.
Yeah.
But actually it was good I went up to you because that meant that I could give you the orb, so you
Yeah.
could go to the plant farm.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do for your first action?
Well, the first action, it naturally has to be picking up 2.
Yeah, 1 on... If 2, then you destroy the farm. You can't do that.
I could do that. We
And-
talked about I need 2, but I don't. Also, I could also just wait it out, and wait for the next plant to arise. I wonder, should I destroy it? Would that be?
A last food. Who knows? I actually don't need any more food. Maybe we do.
I'll just take 1.
Yeah, it's a
I'll just
little,
take one.
impatient,
Yeah,
perhaps.
yeah. I'll just take 1.
Okay, cool. So you just harvest some more food,
Yeah.
and then I am gonna build the xenobiology lab down in the forest. We prefer to build in forests. We all know that. And the great thing about building a xenobiology lab is that now we can consume meat, which is excellent. And it also opens up new gear that we can build. And now we have domestication tools, which means
What?
that we can domesticate a creature in
Oh,
our
that's
hex if we
crazy.
build this gear. And then we can direct the creature what to do. It can harvest for us. And if the creature is size 3 or more, we can even ride on it.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah. So we can domesticate creatures.
Okay, that could be powerful.
We also have an eco displacer. If we build that, we can carry an additional cube.
Very
That's
good.
also powerful.
Very good. Also.
There's a fear amplifier. It means that when we scare someone, all creatures in the hex are scared away. So we can scare away a whole swarm.
These are great additions.
This is much better than the computing core.
Computing gun sucks.
Yeah. And we can also build a trap. And we can use that to simply... We can carry around... What? Carry one creature in the trap. And then we can set it free somewhere. So we can trap a creature, carry it with us, and release it into some other
Another
space.
way of manipulating the wildlife somehow.
Yeah. This is powerful.
Okay, we need to get working on that.
And it also means that we have now completed the next step of our mission, which is building the xenobiology lab and the computing core. So, we get another incoming transmission. Your crew has done excellent work following Federation Alliance protocol.
Yes.
Additional
always.
instructions pertaining to your base facilities will be issued.
Uh-huh.
While optional, please consider completing these contingencies before next cycle's performance reviews. It actually means that we completed the mission,
Yeah.
so we can just leave.
Okay.
But if we want to shine,
Yeah.
we do continue with the contingencies. So do not neglect finishing the outpost base.
Yeah.
Without infrastructure, this facility will never be usable to future teams. So now we unlock the power grid controller, the analytics shield, and the perimeter shield.
Wow.
This sounds very militaristic somehow.
Somehow.
But these are all contingencies. So there's a power grid controller, which means that we can convert fuel into bioplastic and minerals,
Okay, cool.
and analytics labs where we can just recover artifacts. Because everything is potentially an artifact.
Okay.
And a perimeter shield, which means that all buildings are strengthened.
Wow.
Hey,
Okay,
we-
the strengthen we don't need to strengthen the buildings.
It's not that much. To progress, though, here, I mean, as I said, we can leave.
Yeah.
But if we want to shine, we need to build all these 3 buildings.
Okay.
And they are built with minerals, bioplastics, plant matter, and plant matter.
So we need, well, the plant matter is a little bit endangered by the creatures surrounding it.
Yeah.
The plant farm is. That's the only source of plant matter we have. The bioplastic, not so much, but it's still a little bit cumbersome to get to. Minerals, we don't have a.
But I think we'll have to see what we can do before we leave, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
There is also another incoming transmission because we built the xenobiology lab. We have detected construction of a xenobiology lab. Thank you for your interest in alien flora and fauna. The Federation has extremely limited knowledge of extraterrestrial life forms.
Yeah.
This is the perfect chance to answer the most pressing question in Federation society. What tastes better? Now that you can safely prepare local meat, please sample a selection of the wildlife and record your critical opinions.
Okay.
So they want us to act as gourmet of wildlife meat, which means that the next thing that we can do is that if we consume meat from 4 different species and describe the taste of the meat when we meet up in the same space, something will happen. We can become renowned connoisseurs of extraterrestrial meat.
Xeno chefs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put 4 markers on our food track, and every time we eat a new species. But that means, of course, we have to kill them, though we could have the murder turret kill them for us.
Another thing with the murder turret, I just realized that if the murder turret kills an animal, retrieving the meat
could be problematic.
Could set off the murder turret once again.
Oh. We have to just act quickly. Because the murder turret shoots only once every turn, so if you can run in, pick up the meat and run away.
Okay.
But yeah, that was my second action, building the xenobiology lab.
Yeah. I harvest one more plant matter.
You harvest some more plant matter.
Yeah.
There you go. And then for my final action, I'm looking at, we need bioplastic, and we also need fuel, unfortunately. But we can get fuel if we build a fuel well, and for that we need minerals and bioplastic. So we need bioplastic, but we really also need minerals.
Yeah.
And we can, but with
mineral quarry.
Oh, this is a long way. But then we can build a mineral quarry.
We have to do it because we have no other access to minerals.
Okay, I'm gonna move.
Not that we can communicate, but
not that we can communicate, but telepathically.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna move up here for my last action.
Yeah. Okay. What do I have here? All the options.
Yeah, you just harvested in the farm, and of course you notice that the orb is starting losing effect, and the creatures are starting to move around again.
That's the thing. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is move down here.
All right.
Election.
And then the creatures move. First, all the fascist rats, they can move. And I'm thinking that the one down in the den wants another companion, because this last one was sent out there to act as a, I don't know, decoy for the emo beast. Then do these other rats, I mean, they like to try to distract other creatures or lure them away. So perhaps the ones down in the den, they're gonna stay there, but perhaps the others are gonna somehow.
These might act as a forward operation unit for this hive down here, this den down there.
So do you think they're gonna stay, or they're gonna move further ahead?
They could split up and go.
I mean, they are plant eaters, so they also really like the plant farm.
Yeah. One might go there, or would they both go there?
I mean, I think one could go into the den. It's suicide.
Yeah.
To go into the slug den.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't know if they would do that to just distract them.
But they wouldn't go back to the den because the slug swarm might follow them back to the den.
But then what about one going into the plant farm and the other staying behind as a buffer?
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. Let's do that. I'm gonna move one up here. Great. And then it's the slugs. And they are swarming, and they love larger prey, and the larger prey right now is the emo creature.
Yeah. I think they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, all three of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna go for it.
And if all three of them move in there, 2 can actually kill the emo creature and 1 can kill the rat.
That's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
That's the tearing capacity.
Okay, so the emo creature probably wants to get away from those annoying, happy-go-lucky, wagging dog creatures.
That's not its style. It's not much for wagging dog squirrels.
Now, it killed a rat, but it didn't get to eat the rat. Do you think it would go down to the rat's den to try to get more rat meat? I mean, it's pretty annoyed that these creatures were following it around and stealing its meat.
Maybe we'll punish one of the squirrels. The pig squirrels.
Oh, for eating it?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that could be possible, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. So it basically steps hard on one of these. Oh, they're dog creatures. They only take a hit.
Okay.
So, but it wounds it. It's trying to sort of get the rat out of its jaws.
Yeah.
And is wounding it in the process.
Yeah, they're fighting for the prey.
Fighting for the prey. Yeah. Great. Then let's see if something spawns.
Yeah. Something spawns.
It is a rat. It spawns in the den closest to you, which is here.
Yeah.
And then let's see if I spawn anything. Nothing.
Okay.
And then we get hunger and loneliness.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it is my turn. I think I'm gonna go over to the bioplastic bog on my first move.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll do the same.
Oh, perfect. Big hugs.
Big hugs all around. Enough for the
Yes.
animals, though.
Yes. I was wondering, all that food you got in your backpack, could you lend me some?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait eating it because I think we're gonna need to maximize our food resources.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But I'm definitely gonna grab some bioplastic from the bog and just scoop it out of the pond.
Yeah. That was his third turn.
That was my second turn.
Second turn. I'm gonna do the same.
Also scoop it up. Okay. So now let's see. What is it that we're trying to do here? We're trying to build a fuel well.
No, mineral quarry.
Wait a sec.
Oh, we could.
What if you don't? Okay. No, wait a second. No, we need to build. You can build a fuel well.
I can build a fuel. Yes.
And if you build a fuel well,
You can build the.
I can build the murder tart. If I go and get the fuel, because I have the bioplastic.
Yes, but you could also build a mineral quarry.
Yeah, but you already have mineral for the fuel well.
Is that the only mineral we need?
Well, if we have that mineral, then we can get fuel, and we don't need mineral to build the murder tart. I mean, we do need minerals to build all these things.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, shouldn't we get a mineral quarry in order closer where there's no murder slugs nearby?
Yeah. Okay, so you mean get more, but we cannot carry all that plastic matter.
No.
But we have to build in the canyons because those are the only free spots, right?
But what about building a mineral quarry? Because right now, my fantasy is that we are evolving to the east.
Right.
And building more in the east to stay clear of the murder slugs.
Okay, but you're going to build a fuel well, right?
Yes. Easy.
Okay. So then I'm just going to pick up more
Yeah, do that. Yeah.
bioplastics.
What about the animals there?
I mean, I think it may start howling in a minute, and I'll get real lonely, but I can deal with that.
What about if I scare it away? Because I can't carry anymore anyway. I could, of course.
But you can't build the fuel well there because there's already a bioplastic bog.
Yeah, but I mean, we're both leaving, right? Or
I've spent my last action. You have one action.
so you're gonna stay put.
But you could go to the canyon, and then next turn you could build.
I'm just wondering if it's safe to leave you behind with those animals.
I don't think that the Veen or Pickles, they're gonna do anything because they're just excited.
Yeah.
And I think the big creature I mean, it may attack me, but it may also just mew at me and make me lonely.
Yeah, and that's not so dangerous right now. Okay, I'm gonna leave you behind. I'm gonna go.
Or it may even just continue attacking that creature.
Yeah, I think that's most likely.
Yeah, I don't think it's too dangerous.
No.
So you go up there,
Yeah.
and then the creatures have their say. So the fascist rats. Well, the fascist rats. Are they gonna send another decoy?
Yeah,
Because there's a lot of action in the
I
bog.
think they're worried about that creature there.
Yeah. Let's have them send the decoy.
Yeah.
Down there, I'm not sure they're...
You know what? I think they saw what happened at the plant farm.
Yeah, it didn't look good.
So I think this rat might go over here just to lure them in a false...
Yeah, try to get them
Actually,
away.
On the other hand, it's actually just leading them to the next hive or the next nest. So where would it go?
No, but I think it trying to attract attention away from the hive.
Yeah.
Because right now it's attracting attention towards the hive.
Yeah. So would it go to the northeast or the east?
Yeah, the east, I think.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I think I like that. It goes to the bioplastic refinery.
Yeah.
Not that it really knows what it is, but it does.
Yeah.
And then it is the slugs. They're gonna feast on meat.
They're occupied. They're completely occupied.
But I'm a little bit worried that we have like 1 million slugs right at our launch site.
Yeah, we need to make a quick getaway once we get there.
Yeah, we need to build to build a murder turret close to the slugs.
That would be great. But it's also going to target us, so we need to be a little bit strategic about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but it's actually quite slow. It only damages one creature every turn.
Okay.
It's very slow.
Yeah.
And then it's these tiny creatures. Now, one of them got hurt.
And they don't like that.
I don't think they like that, no.
Do they run away? Potentially?
They might run up to you to find out who you are, whether you are more friendly than that beast that just stepped on them.
Hide behind you.
They might also stay and hope that I will defend them.
Yeah.
But now one is wounded and there are 2 other creatures and don't you think they're fleeing?
I think they're fleeing. Yeah, that's most likely. They're most likely fleeing.
Let's have them flee.
Where do they like to go? Back to the den or?
Oh yeah, because it's wounded.
Yeah. It goes back to the den.
Or only the wounded and the other one is so excited it follows me into the canyon? Or does it
follow me into the canyon, you mean?
Oh, sorry, follow you.
Yeah, that might be it, actually.
They split up. It says, go back and rest.
Yeah. Also because the other one sees that its friend cannot defend himself. It can't defend him either.
Yeah.
So it just looks for another way out.
Yeah, maybe they're not... I mean...
Are they group animals? They are, right?
Yeah, small groups.
Small groups.
Perhaps it'll follow it back because it's
follows
wounded.
its friends back.
Yeah, it follows its friends back. Yeah, there you go. Cool. So they retreat to the den. Fair enough. Then it is the emo creature. Now, there's another rat. And it killed a rat before. It really hates those rats coming around.
It's going to go after the rat.
But it can also mew.
Yeah.
And cause loneliness to the creatures around them. So, I mean, I guess the rat won't really feel the loneliness.
But it was just denied rat meat.
It's gonna take a rat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's have it kill a rat.
Yeah.
So it kills another rat and says, "This time you're not getting my meat."
Yeah. Because it just won the fight over the pig, squirrel dogs. So now it just wants its meal for itself.
Absolutely. And then we see if something more spawns.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing spawns from your side, and nothing spawns from my side.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then we get we're both very hungry.
Yes.
And we also get loneliness. Okay. So there's really no way about it. We have to eat. But unfortunately, that's the last food that we have.
Yeah.
So now it starts to get a little bit tense.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary.
So yeah, you have to wait your turn, but
Oh
it's
yeah,
okay.
sure. Yeah, right.
Oops, I just flip all these around. So I eat. I'm full. It was a brilliant lettuce
salad.
head that you brought around.
Yeah.
And then I have to do something. And I have enough to build a mineral quarry, which is...
But you can't build it here.
But I can't build it here. Oh, we're not in the same space.
Oh, sorry.
And you can build stuff where you are. So okay, this may be dangerous, but I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go into the canyon.
Yeah.
Because, there's not that much space here.
It's not that much space.
So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna immediately build the fuel well.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
1 bioplastic, 1 mineral.
So now we can produce fuel over at the fuel well. And then seeing... I imagine this huge oil tower that I see in the horizon.
Yeah. You hear the sputtering of oil.
And inspired by that, I build a quarry.
Yeah.
Where with huge sledgehammers, you can...
and I eat, of course, sorry.
And you eat, yeah. And with huge sledgehammers, you can, beat out minerals out of the canyon stone.
Yeah.
So now we can create minerals, and we can create fuel, we can create bioplastic, we can create a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And that was my second action.
My third action. Do I mine fuel or do I explore? We need fuel for murder turret. Murder turret. Not a huge fan of the murder turret, but it could be fun though.
Murder. We sent here with a job. We don't really. I mean, what's the alternative?
The alternative is to explore because we need land to build, to expand, and I don't want to explore at the end of my turn. Okay, I'm gonna explore.
Okay, go for it. So, what do you find?
Find a bog.
More swamp territory. Let's see what's in the swamp territory.
Yeah, let's check it out.
It's a swamp resource, which
Swamp
is
resource.
bioplastic.
Huh.
You can just pick it up.
That's fine, yeah.
You pick up some bioplastic.
Yeah.
Awesome. I have 1 turn left. I really don't want to end my turn next to a big pack of slugs.
No, bad idea.
So I'm gonna move into the fuel well.
Yeah.
I start thinking of food already. I just ate, but I'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
And you have a last action to make.
Yes. My last action.
Cheers. All right. So, it's always good not to be lonely.
Yes.
We can be hungry together, but not lonely.
Yeah.
So, now the planet starts moving, and first we have the fascist rats. And they're in dens, 2 of them. There is one that hasn't come out. Mm-hmm. So, one of the dens can spawn another rat, actually.
Yeah.
Which den do you think will spawn the rat?
This one hasn't spawned a rat in a while.
Yeah. So, and perhaps they'll send that rat out.
Yeah. Makes sense. Because they want to lure... They're afraid of the murder slugs.
Yeah. Do you think that the rat there, it stays there? Because, I mean, it's on a decoy mission, or does it...
Going into the... Decoy, is that going into the...
But standing there, wouldn't that be attracting slugs towards its den?
Yeah.
So perhaps it want to go further?
And you're saying it will go to the mineral quarry, maybe?
I mean, rats, they don't care about which territory they're in.
No.
But I think it wants to get the slugs away from their dens.
Yeah, so mineral quarry. Goes here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then it's the slugs, unfortunately. Yeah. Because I see we're starting to have a slug problem.
Starting to have a slug problem. And the slugs, what do they like to attack?
Well, they like canyon and they like meat, and there's a rat in the canyon.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
We can't really. There's no two ways around this.
But they like larger creatures, right?
They do prefer larger creatures, but
they don't care.
They don't care. If there's meat in the canyon, there's meat in the canyon.
Yeah, they're gonna go there.
I think you should move.
But do they all go there? Because they can't all eat them.
Yeah, but they like to be in groups.
Okay, they all go.
I just think we're gonna have a problem.
We're gonna have a problem.
We've been lucky so far.
Yeah.
And I think our luck may not hold up.
No.
But at least there's a little bit of meat for them to chew on, but it's not a lot because they eat a lot when they're in a swamp. So these rats are interesting, right? They constantly send them out as kind of decoys.
Yeah.
So they're very effective because they are protecting their dens.
They really are. It works. The system works.
Yeah, I really like the rats. I mean, they're kind of suicidal, but that's part of their
Suicidal.
DNA.
Yeah.
Another one just got eaten.
But they're gonna keep spawning, so they don't care.
They don't care. But what I don't like is the slugs getting closer to us and us being in canyon. We need to get out of that canyon, but we need to produce some fuel and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
And what resources do we need right now? I can build a murder turret, but do I want to build a murder turret, in the swamp, or where do I want to build it?
In the swamp, and then we just run off. No, perhaps we take more fuel, and then we build it, and we just jump to somewhere else.
Why not build it close to the den of the murder slugs? Isn't that better?
Well, if we can produce enough jet fuel that we can also fly there and build it, then that's fine.
I could do that. I could produce 2 fuel. Wait a minute. 1, 2. Then I fly. That's 3. That's my turn gone.
Yeah, but I can also produce fuel.
But then you have to stay behind near the murder slugs.
Let's finish the creatures first.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
We have these the two-tailed dog-like creatures down here in the den. I don't know. I mean,
will they go back to the?
Yeah, because if it goes up and eats, then it heals.
Yeah.
So again, it's going to deny the emo creature's meat. But
I think it's gonna do it.
Yeah,
and cheeky bastards.
And I think its friend is gonna follow along, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's meat up there for you.
Yeah.
So this is how they heal. They go up there, they eat the meat, and it heals up. They're really cheeky.
Yeah. They don't care.
Annoying little creatures.
Oh.
And then it is the emo creature. I think it's getting really tired of... Does it have preferred environment? It likes forest, and it's been a bog for ages.
Yeah.
And those rats are really annoying.
Where does it go?
Does it go down to the den? It's in a forest, but it's also dangerous for it to go down there where the rats are.
On the other hand, it has successfully killed 2 rats so far.
So perhaps
even 1.
Perhaps it's getting sort of a little bit overconfident.
I think it's gotten a taste of the rats.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the emo beast moves down to the rat's den,
and it's easy prey.
It's gonna die in a second, but that's all right. It moves down there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a sec. It can move and then can do something, right? So it can actually move and attack. So it can immediately kill a rat.
Yeah, it
does that.
Because I think it has discovered how easily rats can be killed.
You just step on them.
Yeah. And the rats don't really cause that much. They're not dangerous, really.
No.
They're just running around.
Perfect.
So
now we have to roll for spawning.
Yeah. Something spawns.
Yeah, that's just another rat.
Yeah.
I guess it comes closest to you.
Yeah.
So there's a rat coming there. And there's nothing from here.
Okay.
Then it's our turn.
Yeah.
We should get some fuel.
Definitely.
We should need 1 fuel for the turret, and we need 1 fuel each if we are to. But
I need jetpack fuel and I need turret fuel. But I have no way of getting out of there.
I think we should. Where do we want to build the turret?
I want to build it here.
Yeah.
No, here actually, preferably.
Okay. I'm just gonna get a jet fuel.
Yeah.
And
you want to give it to me?
No, because you also need 1 to fly, right?
I need 1 to build and 1 to fly, and I can only have 1 to fly because I can't carry more.
But that's the thing. So you still need to use a turn to
I need to fly, build, and
How are we ever gonna meet up again? Well, I take another one. Okay, let's do it like that.
Yeah.
I give you this one.
Yeah.
And then you have a turn.
Then I need to generate fuel.
Yeah, because if you generate fuel, you fly over, and you build the turret, but then
Wait a minute.
then you're gonna get swarmed.
If I'm reading the murder turret right here,
Yeah.
one creature or explorer in an adjacent hex receives 1 damage. So if I'm in the hex where I build it,
Yeah.
I'm not in danger.
No, but the creatures may move towards you.
They probably will, yeah.
But you're not in a canyon.
Not in the canyon.
And if you shoot one, there are only 2. So
there's a
there's a
carcass.
maximum of 1 that will leave. Yeah, and they may eat their own.
Yeah, they may eat their own.
I like this idea.
Yeah.
Grab some more fuel.
I'm gonna grab a fuel.
So that's 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's you settled. And then I'm gonna spend my second turn also grabbing a fuel just so I can reconnect with you. And also we're gonna need food at some point, but that's for later. And we need something to dispel the loneliness. And I can now just fly to you at any time.
Yeah. So
On your second turn,
they fly.
okay, with your jetpacks you fly over the crash side and you land in the swamp.
Yeah.
And
Fucking murder
and
turret.
you have the plans for the murder turret.
Yep.
And I have 1 turn left, and I'm just wondering what I'm gonna do, because I also want to build stuff, and I can build some of these interesting things, but I need minerals for all of them.
And minerals are right now. The mineral quarry is occupied by murder slugs.
But we also need biomatter. You have 1 biomatter, but we need more biomatter. But I'm afraid of these murder slugs. So what I'm gonna... Okay, this may be crazy, but I'm gonna do it. Also because you cannot interfere. I'm gonna spend my fuel, and I'm gonna fly over to the mineral vein.
Ah. Oh my god.
Was it bad?
Yes. It's super bad.
What?
I'll show you.
Oh no, you're building a metaphor.
I'll show you why that's bad.
Woo, here I come!
So I'm, unbeknownst to me, you landed in the square next to me. I haphazardly, and without thinking too much about it, I built a murder turret right next to you.
But it may not shoot at me.
It may not. Who knows? Who knows what the murder turret wants to do?
I mean, I don't want to be next to slugs. And I need...
You prefer murder turrets?
Jesus. Well, I don't like this planet anymore. I want to get home.
Murder turret has been built, so maybe that gives us something.
No, nothing really happens until it's have damaged 4 creatures.
Ah, okay. So, how do we...
So was that...
That was my last turn, I think.
Yeah, those were 3/3.
Yeah.
So now it's the... When does the murder turret...
We get loneliness and hunger.
Yeah, not yet.
No,
because
not
we
yet.
first have the creatures and all that.
Oh, okay.
When does the murder turret activate? Does it say that?
During the drone round phase.
That's right after our turn, so it's now.
Okay.
So it shoots.
Okay.
And it shoots at what?
It shoots at 1 creature or explorer.
In an adjacent hex.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a 50-50 thing.
Yeah.
Though there are 3 of them and 1 of me.
Yeah. And how do we determine this?
We could take, say it shoots at 1 of us.
Yeah.
So if I take 3 black cubes and 1 yellow cube,
That's a great way to do it.
and the black cubes are the slugs,
Yeah.
and I'm the yellow cube.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna take 1 randomly and hold it forth, and then I'm gonna ask you,
Yeah.
is this the target? Or not?
That's not the target.
Jesus, you could have shot a slug.
But have you heard of this theory that if you have several choices, I'm not going to be able to tell the theory correctly, but if there are 3 doors to choose from,
Yeah.
and 2 of them are incorrect and 1 of them is correct, if you get the first answer, the first choice is always going to be less chance of being correct. The second choice is always more optimal.
Is there some math behind this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to explain it. I'm just gonna.
I
It
guess-
might also be the reverse because I don't want to choose the one that's the less obvious.
What does Federation Protocol say?
Federation Protocol says always say no to the first option.
Okay. How about the second option?
Yes.
Oh,
I
It's
might
a
also
slug.
also this might not apply when there's more black cubes than yellow cubes, and I don't want to have the yellow cube. Maybe it's the other way
you
around.
had a moment of worry when you just finished building the turret and you see me coming jetpacking in over the territory.
Yeah,
So it shoots the slug. That's
Yeah.
great news.
that's great news.
And
Definitely,
now they can cannibalize their own.
they will.
This is awesome. Okay, so now it's the creature's turn, and first it's the fascist rats.
Yeah.
And there's one rat that can spawn. But I don't think they're gonna spawn anyone when they have Oh, I forgot to. No, they were 3 down here, were they? I think there were 3 down there.
No, there were 2.
There were 2, right?
Yeah.
And that one died. Yeah. So, so what is that rat gonna do? Is it gonna just ferociously attack, even though it can't kill it? I think so.
It protect the hive.
Yeah, it protect the hive. So it just ferociously attacks this one. The rats over there, they're now 3. I think they're in a position where they can send forth one of their little decoys.
Yeah.
Or are they gonna spawn more?
No, they're gonna go out.
He's sending one out.
Yeah.
Danger situation. And then it's the slugs.
The slugs is interesting.
Yeah, because the slugs, one of them can eat in each place.
Yeah.
So-
And they will.
So eat.
Yeah.
But that still leaves 1 slug there and 2 slugs there that hasn't done anything.
But this one is not gonna go out on its own.
No, I agree. But the 2 slug, but then again, they like to be in groups. So I think, don't you think they're just gonna split the meat between them, the 3 slugs?
Yeah.
Because I don't think 2 would move and 1.
No, they're gonna stay put.
Yeah, they're gonna stay put.
Yeah.
Great. Then the Venors with their wagging tails. I think they feel kind of lonely in the bog. There's no fun around.
No.
But where's the fun now? Is that the slugs? Are those slugs interesting?
They want bigger creatures, right?
They don't care. They chase any passing creature out of excitement. But if they chase, then they follow that creature.
But they know that this one is gonna slap them around.
That's true, because it did so before.
Yeah. So I think they're gonna go for the slugs.
Yeah. What's those exciting creatures over there?
Yeah.
Let's have him move over there. I'm just gonna put. Okay, great. And then we have the emo creature, and it's just gonna step on that rat.
Yeah.
It's not gonna stop to eat now. It's doing pretty well, the emo creature,
Yeah,
because
but
I think it's gonna heal next turn by eating. And
I think it's found its food source.
yeah. Oh, those rats are tasty. I mean, we haven't tasted any meat yet.
No.
I'm not sure we're gonna.
We're far from it.
Yeah, I'm
we're
not
far
sure
from
that's. I'm not sure we're gonna follow that protocol.
It's not in our cards.
So, we also have to mark that the murder chart has now shot a rat.
Yeah.
Or shot a slug.
Okay.
And that was all the creatures. So then we have to see if something spawns.
Yeah.
Nothing from your time, nothing from my side. And then we get loneliness and hunger.
Yeah.
There you have it.
I'm wondering if it's time to leave.
Well, we've set up the murder chart.
Yeah.
And I think
But we still have these to do.
the chances of building all these it may be a little bit.
It's a little bit ambitious.
Okay, what I would like to do is I would like to have the murder turret damage 4 creatures and see what happens and then leave.
Yeah, let's do that.
It means 3 more turns and then we leave.
Yeah.
Just to find out, because I mean, we've set up this chart.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm not super comfortable about setting up the murder chart, but I think starting savoring meat from the planet is a little.
It's not gonna happen.
And I mean, we can see if we can build some of this, but honestly,
We need a lot of minerals. Well, we can get all this stuff, and we can even get some plant material.
But we're also gonna starve.
Mm.
Let's do what we can do.
Yeah,
and then when the murder chart is finished killing these creatures off,
Yeah.
I think we should head home. Because then at least we can tell the Federation, we put up your murder chart, and you have to sample the food yourself and build the rest of the buildings.
Because I'm just seeing that if I want to get more minerals, more...
I can get minerals.
You can get minerals. If I want to get more plastic...
we have to go down in the bog.
bioplastic, I think I'm gonna go past the plant farm.
Oh yeah.
Not that we can strategize.
Oh, we cannot strategize.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do something.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna harvest the mineral.
Yeah.
And what are you gonna do?
Move here.
I'm gonna harvest another mineral. I'm just taking everything I can find in this mineral vein.
Yeah. You know there's still a murder turret there, right?
Yeah, my turn is not over.
No, but you can't escape the sort of area of...
I can move as long as I want in a straight line.
That's true. That's true. Okay, you're right. Okay. Can we go to the plant farm?
Yeah, do you know what you're doing?
Maybe not.
I'm gonna... You don't know what you're doing. Okay,
Maybe not.
I think we're in trouble.
Maybe I haven't seen what you've seen.
Uh,
Oh no. Murder turrets, murder slugs, murder planet.
okay, I think actually my best bet is to go join you. Also because that's an escape space.
So
And-
we instantly get our hope back.
Look
Our
here.
hopeless, yeah.
Okay, this is terrible. The thing is
What did I do? What have you seen that I haven't seen?
that you positioned yourself between two groups of slugs.
Yes.
And
And I wanted to harvest plants. That was my goal.
I understand that, but okay, let's think this through. I think this is a crucial moment in the game because
But this is your last turn. If I leave, you're left with the slug problem.
well, you know, you could take me with you.
How?
Well, you have one action left to press the button for the space shuttle.
Oh.
Let me just think this through.
Oh,
we don't,
I see.
We don't have to do it.
I
but,
see.
But I don't see how we're getting out of this. Because perhaps it can do, but what will happen now? The murder turret is going to kill a slug.
Yeah.
But then we have slugs on the other side. Are they going to swarm?
I think we're fine because it's in a canyon.
Yeah, and they have other creatures.
They have other creatures.
Okay, let's keep it cool. I'm just saying...
You're right. That's very close to pushing the button here.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay.
Take your turn. But the thing is, I think it's going to be... Perhaps if we can make some... Next turn, perhaps we can go get bioplastic, go up here, build one of these buildings.
Yeah.
And for an analytics lab, recover an artifact, do something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
And then just try to wait it out.
Okay, so I'm gonna harvest a plant.
You're going to harvest the plant. There you go. And those were the 3 turns. So now the murder turret acts.
It shoots murder slug.
It becomes meat. Are they... Oh, there's one left. Brilliant. And then it's the creatures.
Yeah.
So first is the rats. The rats are getting decimated here.
I think this rat wants to pull away the emo creature from the hive.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think the other rat's gonna spawn a rat.
Yeah.
And they spawn another one down here. And then it's the slugs. There's one slug. Do you think it's so stupid? This murder chart it's kind of a curse and a blessing. It's a curse because they die, but it's a blessing because it generates food.
I think it's gonna eat its own.
It just generates. They're not too clever, these slugs.
This murder slug is assigned as a defender of the hive.
The only thing I'm afraid of is, do we end up in a situation where the murder chart has nothing to shoot at, and we have to go and be the target in order for it to complete its mission?
That's dark. That's very dark.
But I'm right. I think it eats.
Yeah, it eats. It's also because it's a predator of opportunity.
It is. And I think those 3 slugs over there, they're gonna completely swarm these dogs.
Yeah, completely.
But the dogs, they have 2. They're size 2, so one of them dies, and the last one takes a hit.
Okay.
So there's more meat over there.
Okay. I think we're being pretty true to the animals.
Absolutely,
the creatures.
I think the game is not us. I think the game is the creatures.
Yeah, exactly.
And this world is. I mean, it's getting more and more intuitive.
Yeah.
How to roleplay the creatures.
We're just co-inhabiting this world.
Yeah.
Trying to get along.
We're just another newly arrived species.
Yeah.
Then what is that poor whimpering, dying dog doing?
Eating.
It's running away.
Oh yeah, the dog. Yeah, the dog. Yeah, it's running away.
Yeah. And does it go to? Perhaps it goes towards its den.
Yeah. Because that's what it did last time.
Yeah. So, I mean, it could eat and heal, but it's not going to eat when there's danger around. No. The emo creature, on the other hand, It eats, which removes its damage, so it heals up.
Yeah.
The emo creature's got it figured out.
The emo creature got a gold source with these rats here. It just has to hope it spawns more rats.
This is pretty good for the emo creature. So then we have to roll and see if something more spawns.
Yeah. Something spawns.
A wandering creature. So now you can either spawn a parasite, an emo creature, or one of those huge.
We need another huge one.
And you can spawn it in a space next to you, which means you can spawn it next to the murder torrent.
Definitely. It's gonna spawn in the desert.
Okay. A giant creature spawns in the desert, which is probably then also gonna be the more likely target for the murder torrent.
It's bigger target.
It's actually pretty good that the murder torrent hits these slugs so precisely.
Yeah.
It's a very good target.
Yeah. Been programmed from.
Okay, so now we have one of these huge lumbering beasts which gorges on large creatures, and they're non-aggressive to smaller creatures while they're digesting, but they still exert dominance. And I spawn a parasite.
Ooh, a new one.
What?
It's a new old one.
A new old one. And that's also going to be in a space next to me. So where will I spawn it?
Can you put it with the other animals?
No, I think preferably it should be alone.
Okay.
So does it have a preferred habitat? Forest. So it could either be the landing pad or the unspoiled forest.
Okay.
Perhaps it comes up from the unspoiled forest.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
that it would be.
Yeah, because otherwise we have seen it.
Yeah, and also it would be alone, I think.
Yeah,
maybe.
So it just moves. It's one of those weird beetle parasites that attaches, and then we get loneliness and hunger.
Yeah.
Oh, not loneliness.
Hunger.
Do we have food? You have food.
Yeah.
We are in a plant farm.
Yeah. Maybe you should harvest some plants. My suggestion.
Yeah, and if we want to achieve something, we also have to get bioplastics, which means that we need to go into the bog.
Just to be clear, these are the 3 buildings that we should build if we...
Yeah. It's just a lot of work.
A lot of work and not a lot of space to do it.
And I with the slugs around, they're gonna gorge for one turn, and then they're gonna.
And we still have the option to press the button.
I still think we should. Oh, the murder turret have shot twice. I mean, 2 shots more from the murder turret.
Okay. That's it.
And then we leave. So should we try to stay alive for 2 turns?
Yeah, we do that.
Okay, cool. And maybe we build a... Okay, now we're surrounded by creatures. Do we survive this turn? Yeah, I think we do, because the slugs, they're just eating, and the rats, they're not dangerous.
What about the hulking beast?
It can be dangerous.
What is it preferred habitat?
But if we... tundra.
Tundra, no, okay.
But if... what if we just make sure that we are not too close to it? It gorges on large creatures, so if we're not next to it, maybe it'll gorge on the smaller creatures instead.
We are the largest creature right now.
But maybe... but then again, we want to make sure that the murder turn
Yeah.
But the murder turret shoots before the creature moves.
Now we have a question. Just out of curiosity, could you travel to other planets, and would they be generated by the same tiles, or do each planet have different environments and creatures? A good question.
Yeah, each planet has different environments and creatures, and we could totally push the button, go to another planet, and there are several different missions in the game.
Would that trigger the next mission in the game?
Well, I mean, I guess if we
Or you could make it.
if we made the story that we saw, we put up your murder chart. This planet is very dangerous. We need to leave now. And then when the murder chart has killed all the creatures, you can send another team to finish the job.
Yeah.
And we're going on our next mission. Tell us what the next mission is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's what we should do.
We've done a lot.
I'm not sure that we can survive 2 turns in this environment. Because
on the other hand, I would say I'm feeling very accomplished. We did so much. We destroyed all the fucking ruins.
let's be heroic and try.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's be heroic and try.
We do it.
I don't know what I'm doing here. But I don't think we should go for building buildings.
No.
I think it's hopeless at this point.
Yeah.
We'll also almost be starving. So we should just try to stay alive.
Yeah.
Will rats actually? The rats are herbivores. They won't kill us.
No. The rats are cool.
You just flee to the rats. But then again, it's also a planet, and it's my first turn. So I can't explore because of the creatures in the way. The parasite is bad. This is a horrible situation.
It's very hard to move from here.
And we need to get back to the space.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to be able to come back there. And it's not...
We can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Woo!
I mean, this is actually the most sort of survival mode we've been in since the game started.
We're getting...
I don't think we can finish it.
It's finishing the 3... I'm just going to put it up here. This is actually the mission.
Yeah, put the mission up there.
This is the mission that we have to complete.
For the Federation to be very happy with us.
We already completed the main objective.
Yeah.
But this is kind of... If you're done early, you can finish these 3 tasks also.
And the Federation will give you a lot of credits for it.
Yeah.
But right now, we're just trying to stay alive. And we're actually only staying alive because we're excited to see what happens when the murder turret finish up shooting creatures.
Exactly. You've moved to the path of least resistance. I don't want to go the same way, but where can I go where it won't?
Just split up the party. Just split it up.
I'm gonna split it up. I'm gonna go here.
You fool.
What could go wrong? And I wanted to enable the morning mist.
Yes.
Where is the morning mist?
The pine mist is up there. I think it's the green one. That's the pine. Does it say pine?
Pine.
Yes. Let's have an epic showdown mist.
Yeah. Befitting for dramatic effect. But that's what I'm saying, because this is this Chinese incense. I don't want to, pick sides here. I'm saying that Indian incense. I prefer.
We all know it's the best, but
It's the best one.
they didn't have it in the local incense store today. They were out of Indian incense.
Local incense.
They only had extraterrestrial incense.
Okay. Asiatic.
Asian incense. So.
Yeah.
So you moved straight into the slog feast.
Suicide.
Perhaps you want to savor the meat there. You can open the.
My question is, will we ever be able to transform it into anything edible?
We can. We can now eat meat.
Yeah. I might as well, I guess. I can always drop it.
Well, you can pick it up.
Wait a minute. Do I want to pick it up or do I want to leave it?
Oh, picking it up is dangerous.
I want to leave it for the murder slugs. I want them to be occupied. I don't want to take away the spoils of their...
On the other hand, I'm gonna explore it. I'm gonna explore down here.
Yeah.
So you pick a tile for me?
Down here?
Yeah, it's a canyon.
It's a canyon.
What's in the canyon? There is minerals in the canyon. So I'm gonna pick up. I now have 3 minerals. I can't. There's unfortunately nothing we can build with 3 minerals. A location marker, but I don't want to build a location marker.
Yeah. The analytics lab, you can almost. No, you don't have any. You don't have any.
I don't have
plants
or biomatter or anything.
No. And also, in order to build the perimeter shield, how do we even do that? We can't have 4 minerals at the same time.
Or we can be in the same space.
Okay.
So what are you gonna do? You're taking a closer look at the slugs for the first time?
I don't. Should I?
Exploring the wildlife?
No, I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And well, these slugs, I think they're gonna be occupied still. So I'm just gonna go here. Oh, wait a sec. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. And what are you gonna...
And that...
You have one...
I have one more. Do I have one more?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, okay. I thought it was my last one.
No, you moved into the slugs and then you moved away. But...
Ah, that was my mistake then. I should have gone to the...
You should go to the bioplastic bog or something.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Because now you can't really do anything.
No. Fuck. I thought it was my last one.
Yeah. Well, I can't advise you at this distance.
No.
But
no. Okay, what are my
I think you have to own your mistake here.
Yeah. What are my options? So should I explore? Super duper dangerous.
Getting more reckless by the minute. While we're just praying for the murder turret to finish its job.
So dangerous. Fuel well, I don't want to. Well, slugs are gonna be eating. I'm gonna confidently go back to the fuel well. I should have stopped before.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, because there are many good options or many good reasons you should do that.
Yeah.
So now we finished our moves. So the murder turret shoots. And should we do like before and just have one of each?
Yeah.
Or should we take 2 white because there's a bigger chance that it shoots the
Well, we don't know
big
the
creature.
algorithm of the murder turret.
But does it? Is it more likely to shoot at bigger targets than smaller targets?
I think it's more likely to shoot the first target it discovers.
Right.
Which we don't know what it is.
So you think it's a 50-50?
I think it's 50-50.
Okay, let's keep it at 50-50.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do this. And now you have to use your algorithm of something.
My spectral trance.
So is this the one that's being shot?
Yes.
So it shoots at the big creature.
Ah.
This is actually very good news for us because otherwise I think the murder turret may not be able to finish the job.
And it's going to leave meat.
No, it's not going to die.
Oh, it doesn't die.
It takes 4 hits to kill this beast.
Oh my god, yeah. But hitting a beast is well enough.
It's powerful enough. So
Okay.
it still means that it needs to hit 1 more time.
Okay,
And then it unlocks.
Then it has unlocked.
Whatever. I don't know what it unlocks.
Total mayhem.
Possibly.
Stay tuned for total mayhem.
Yes. So, but we're very close now.
Yeah.
We're in the finishing run here. How long have we been streaming for?
What does it say?
4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Is that a record for us?
It's getting close. I think we streamed for like 5 hours when we were doing Rocky Mountain Man.
Rocky Mountain Man was further. Okay. Well, we'll see.
But I think we're in the last half hour right now.
Yeah.
So let's do the creatures.
Yes.
The rats.
Well, the rats is interesting because you have entered into the rat territory.
But I think it's actually cool with staying with me because it's trying to distract me from the den.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go closer to any of the dens.
No, and it's just hoping that by being there, it can somehow. Perhaps it hopes that I'll kill it.
Yeah.
Because that's its mission is to just distract me.
It's almost like a kamikaze rat.
I think it thinks of me like it thinks of the other creatures.
Yeah.
Some weird thing that'll kill you and eat you and be occupied.
Yeah. It doesn't
And
know.
that's the way it keeps other creatures away from the den.
Yeah.
and they just have to breed so quickly in the dens that they can send out these people so they can kill, and the other creatures, the time they spend digesting the carcasses of the other rats is the time that the rats in the den spend breeding new rats.
Yeah.
It's completely pointless, but they're fascist rats.
Is it a metaphor for society?
A fascist society, yeah. Okay, so it stays put there. Then we have a rat den down there. Do they spawn more rats, or do they send out another rat?
I think they spawn because they want groups.
I tend to agree, and they're not super threatened. So, and now is a good time to like. I think ultimately they want to go there and reclaim their old den.
Yeah. But it also doesn't make sense that they don't spawn there right now, and there's a beast there.
They can't spawn unless there is someone there.
Ah, okay.
So they have to go and reclaim it first.
Okay, yeah.
So they just need one rat there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the mission of that rat, but it wouldn't go there when there's a beast. I think it's gonna wait.
No. That would be ultra suicidal.
Yeah, that would be too much. Then we have the lepismi, the parasite. Up there.
Ah.
We have already seen how they function.
Yeah, and they're gonna go for the big creature.
They go and attach themselves to the big creature.
Yeah, for sure.
That's exactly what it does now.
Yeah.
So we have this beetle-like parasite. Even though it doesn't really like to be in the swamp, it sees this big wound. It dives deep into the wound and attaches itself in the wound with all its little tentacles.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So it attaches there. Then we have the slugs.
I think the slugs are gonna eat.
They're definitely gonna eat. And then they're gonna stay put.
Yeah.
And that one over there is gonna spawn a friend, right?
Yes.
Which is great for the Murdertoad.
Yeah, the Murdertoad is having a blast.
There is a cycle here, which is interesting. Then a little dog, a wounded dog, two-tailed dog in the bog.
Does it go to me?
I think it was returning to its den, right?
Yeah, it was wounded, tail between his legs, running back.
I mean, if there's meat, it would eat it. So it could go down and eat that meat to heal, but would it go close to the big one?
It's seen what happens if it goes there.
I think it goes to its den and just it curls up, wounded, and just waits to die or live.
I think so.
Yeah.
Goes to its den.
Then we have the emo creature.
It eats.
It just eats. These rats, they're really tasty.
Free meat.
They're really tasty. And then, of course, we have the big creature, which now have a parasite attached to it.
And it's getting shot.
What does it do? Because it can remove the parasite. It'll cause it a wound. It'll not die. But the question is does it care about removing the parasite? Or does it move closer to the turret to try to attack it because it thinks it's a creature?
Potentially, yeah. If it even understands what the turret is doing, it might not realize.
It's just getting.
Yeah, it might not realize, but I think it would, because the impact came from out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So maybe it would instinctively try to get out of that area.
Yeah, away from the turret, perhaps.
Yeah.
And not into the because it's not too interested in eating slugs.
No.
But I think, okay, so it moves into safety and then it removes the parasite.
Yeah, I think so. Because I think the biggest concern for it right now is just taking damage. It must go, remove itself from the area of damage.
And it prefers tundra, but there is no tundra.
How far is its
4. So it can sense the tundra.
Yeah, so it knows there's a tundra over there.
So it moves into our launch pad.
Yeah, it runs to safety.
Into the launch pad.
Into the launch pad, unfortunately.
And then it frees itself of the parasite, which kills the parasite. And it takes a wound by doing that, so it now has 2 wounds.
Yeah.
And it can have 4 wounds.
Okay.
So that was the last of the creatures. Then we have to roll for spawning.
Yeah.
You spawn a... Oh, you need to...
It's one.
No, wait, no, it was a star. It's okay. So you can spawn a... what can you spawn? You can spawn a parasite or a dog or a lumbering beast.
I think I spawn a parasite.
A parasite.
I think that the parasites has been underrepresented.
They have been underrepresented. It's true. They prefer forest and they have to be next to you.
Then it would be here, I guess.
In the
no,
bog?
that's a bog.
Yeah, but it's close to forest. So I don't think it's a bad...
Yeah, it's most obviously here. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll spawn it there. And then I'll see if I can spawn anything. I can spawn a den creature of my choice. So I think I'm just gonna spawn another... Ooh, another slug might start getting dangerous, but it's also interesting. So I'm gonna spawn another slug.
Makes sense.
There you go.
They're very, very aggressive, the slugs.
They're very good. I really like the slugs. They have been a great addition to this game.
Yeah,
they're actually the most interesting creature in some way.
Definitely.
And then we get hungry and we get lonely.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to feel really hungry, and you have food I can see, but we cannot coordinate. I hope that we're mentally attuned right now.
Yeah, of course we are.
And that
That's as much as we can be.
And that we're aiming for the exact same thing.
Well, we know last time we met up, we talked about the murder turret. When the murder turret has finished its job, which is to shoot 4 animals, to hit 4 animals, not necessarily kill them, right? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a beautiful ending, actually.
Oh wow!
I see if I can goad you into the mode of my thinking here.
Okay. See if can I discover your plan? Okay.
What do you? I move straight into the wounded, dying animal with 2 bullets.
I see something here. What I do is I harvest the fuel.
You harvest the fuel. Okay. Then I gorge on the meat of the dead parasite.
Can you do that?
Yes, because we built a xenobiology lab.
Ah, okay.
Which means...
Aha.
And now we've tasted meat of one species.
Yeah. Not sure I'm following exactly what you're planning here.
I'm trying to... Can I build something I can say a word to? The
Not
sonic transducer is...
Not where you're standing. I wonder if
Yeah, this is gear, I can.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's gear.
But is that build... Let's build a gear. Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, you take your turn.
What is going on here? What is going on? What does Jacob wants to say? We don't know. We are not in communications right now. We're too far apart. I only have the vague actions of a madman to guide me in whatever may be the...
For some reason, this planet is just dying right now, and you're in a canyon pumping fuel out of the ground.
Always.
Like the oil man in the far west.
So the turret is gonna kill, or not necessarily kill, but it's gonna hit its last, which may unlock something. We don't know what. We have 3 buildings that pertain to our main mission, which we may or may not be able to build. Right now, it's looking like we can't really build them because it would be a major feat to do that. We don't have the resources. We don't have them. Well, we do have the space to build them, but it's gonna take a long time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of difficult factors involved here.
But since you moved to the launch pad of our rocket, maybe you're trying to signal me to follow you along. I don't know. I'm gonna jet fuel over here.
You're gonna spend your jet fuel.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay, great.
Just my
great.
thinking.
Okay, so enlighten me, please.
My thinking is that what we do now
Yeah.
is we enter the space shuttle.
Yeah.
We press the button.
Yeah.
And we take off from the planet just as the murder turret hits its
Oh,
last target.
yeah.
And as we're leaving the planet, we get the final transmission
Yeah.
from the Federation, possibly telling us to return to the planet.
Hopefully. Or not hopefully, no, I thought you meant return to Earth.
So we leave the planet at the same moment that the turret kills off his last target.
Yeah.
Isn't that the perfect ending?
That's great. That's great.
And then we have a transmission that we're leaving with.
Tear that planet apart. Yes, exactly. The murder turret is just functional now. It's going to kill all the animals, and we're just going to leave.
And we're just going to leave. And we're going to hear what the Federation says to us.
Yeah.
So that's. But even if you hadn't done it, I would have built a sonic transducer, and I would told you to come.
Yeah.
Because I knew you had jet fuel.
Join us. Okay.
So now I'm not going to do anything but press the big button.
Yeah.
And take off.
Yeah, we take off.
So, guys, this is what happens. Here comes the plane, the space shuttle. I can...
The Indian space shuttle. The very phallic space shuttle.
Phallic space. So, we're taking off from the planet.
Yeah.
And as we leave, the murder turret kills one final slug.
Yeah.
And on our way out, going up through the atmosphere, trembling inside this machine, you can see how it looks. It probably looks something like this.
Something like that.
There's just room for two of us, but it's not much bigger.
No, it's not much bigger. We have to spoon it.
And the murder turret has finished its job, and we get an incoming transmission. Prototype trial complete. We apologize for any unintentional maiming caused by the murder turret. Contingency 1B complete.
Genius.
Genius. So what we have accomplished is we have now tested the prototype, and the Federation has officially apologized for any unintentional maiming.
Any inconvenience.
Any inconvenience
it may have caused.
And we leave this planet, and as we rise over the planet, all that we see is just this gigantic murder turret just shooting in all directions, and these animals falling left and right.
And they don't know what's going on.
They don't know what's going on.
Murdered.
And I think we'll have to leave it for the next explorers.
Yeah.
To come and clean up our mess.
And discover all the ruins that we've left.
And savor all the fresh meat that's gonna be lying around.
I wonder what happened was when the next explorers they enter the what do you call it? The reticle of the murder turret.
Yeah.
How are they gonna deal with that?
Well, it says that the murder turret does not distinguish.
Doesn't care.
No. So it just shoots at anything.
Jens says you won't get lonely in the spaceship now. This is not two explorers in a tiny glass spaceship spooning each other on the road back to Earth.
I think we should definitely remove our loneliness.
Hunger. Well,
You have food.
I brought salad.
And I just ate a beetle.
Yeah.
A parasite.
Which you may have been contaminated.
It was more tasty than you would think. But yeah, I may be carrying something inside me.
You're carrying something for sure. I think you head into space, get burned up in the atmosphere, a slow hot death, like a chicken in an oven.
Yeah, well.
Roasted chicken. Yeah, probably.
That may also be.
I think it would be. Yeah, it would be a suitable fate.
Yeah. No, I kind of like the idea that we make it away from the planet and that we see. When we see it from above, we see what we've created. Killing machine.
We brought nothing but destruction to this planet.
Absolute destruction, and everything is going to be killed, and then they can resettle the planet. And we're, of course, going on to our next mission.
Yeah. We're guns for hire.
Absolutely. And again, of course, this is a game that we may take up at a later point. There are plenty of missions in this game, and And this is
just one mission, right?
This is just one mission.
It's pretty crazy. Because there's so much to do and so much to talk about and explore in this game already from one mission.
I had a wonderful time with it, and I love this idea that you are you're telling a story, but you're also creating a world.
Yeah.
You're not just creating a story, you're creating an entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
And this feeling that when you play along, you get in tune. You can see how fast we could do the creature turns at the end.
Once we've done 2 or 3 turns with the creatures, we start to get a feel of, okay, this is how they operate.
Yeah.
We establish this internal logic of the creatures, which becomes like second nature. We know this is what they're going to do. In the beginning, you don't really know, okay, you have to read the cards, but then you start to develop your own logic for these creatures.
Yeah, and it also means that the text on the cards it recedes into the background,
Yeah.
and you take over the cards, you take over
Yeah.
the story, you take over the world, and in the end, we have basically complete control over the story. What happens, what goes off, our interactions with the federations,
Yeah.
what this means to leave in the middle of. I mean, we didn't finish building,
No.
but you somehow take over the game as you play. It gives you a few rules, and then you bounce off those rules, and you build an entire world. And in the end, we could sit here making up rules. Or,
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
But the whole idea that there are no strong rules or no hard rules for the creatures is such a lovely gimmick, or not gimmick really, but such a lovely part of the game.
And it's really a curveball when you think about how most games are designed, where... I mean, go into BGG and just find flaming threads. If there's like a tiny little missing rule or something that's not spelled out, even though it may be implied in the rules. And this rule set goes the other set and say, yeah, there's not just things that are implied, but there's a lot of things that's not stated. And you have to come up with it yourself. It's like being a kid and just being given like a lot of Lego, and you can build whatever you want with it.
Yeah, it's an open world.
Yeah.
This is like the board game equivalent of an open world game, where you can just go where you want, and whatever happens around you, the creatures don't care about you unless you get in their way.
You even don't have to follow the mission.
No.
I mean, I think that we could also absolutely have told this story in a way we decided, no, we don't want to build a murder turret.
Yeah.
We don't want to eradicate. We're going to try to build a little hut for ourselves, maybe find a ruin, and instead of tearing it down for once, then build it into a little shelter.
Pacifist route.
Yeah. Or, camping out of the landing pad. So the next mission that comes, they'll just find these two hermits living in sort of the remnants of an old landing pad.
The only thing we have is a plant farm, and we're just living off plants and doing nothing.
Some crazy Unabombers that got away.
I love the idea of open rules. It's so creative. Yeah, I think more games should find ways to implement open rules.
Yeah, I mean,
and of course, it's not obvious everywhere, but I think for a game like this, it's so fucking great.
And it's so much more fun to discover rules and create rules in dialogue with each other than having to sit and flip through a rule book to try to find rule 2.348.
I mean, also if the animals had all been deterministic by a pre-written set of rules, it would have been so much work to work through every turn. And yes, it also takes a long time to discuss what the animals are doing, but it's so fun.
It's part of the game, and it is the game.
No.
I mean, the game is not really... Yeah, of course, we're trying to sort of tie a ribbon in the end. So we have a full story, and I think we did that, which was great. But really, the game is about discovering the world, making the world live. And it's absolutely right what you're saying, that many other games like this, they would have a fully functional AI with a bot sheet or cards or something, and it would just be bookkeeping.
Yeah, it would be so much work.
What would it add to the game?
No.
Because now we understand the psychology of these animals because we created them.
We know so much better.
Yeah.
So we know what they're gonna do.
It's awesome, and
it's awesome.
I'm so happy this game was made. I'm so happy that people are exploring game mechanics in this way, and I want for more designers to be aware of this way of designing games, because this really shows the power of the medium.
Yeah, and imagine like I just think that there's so many ways you can go with this open rules philosophy.
Yeah,
and I'm inspired to see if how we can create games going forward with open rules.
This is definitely also going to be an inspiration for our upcoming Hopeless games. I mean, yeah, these are the kind of games that I feel that we want to make.
And also, we're playing this game to have fun together. So whatever rules we come up with are the rules that we want to play with.
Yeah.
So why not just go down that route?
Yeah,
it works.
And I think this game exemplifies that you need a few pointers. Like it says, okay, there are some tiles you can move, there's some resources, you can pick them up, but you don't need a lot more.
No.
And then all these other things you develop. Why does this creature do that? Now it's borrowing down, now it's going back with its friend, now it's healing in its den.
Yeah.
All these things, it's not there in the rule book.
No, but you're creating that character. The character of the creature in this case.
It's like when we're talking about story games where you're presented with like full prose. it may look good, it may read good, but it's rarely very immersive. You just read it and it's a story. It's kind of detached from the game. But story games where you're getting a prompt, like you're walking down the road, 4 highwaymen shows up, and that's all. Then you can spin your own narrative, and that becomes very, very strong because you decide the story. It's not just read out to you from a card. You're part of it. And you can take the same logic, the story logic, and apply it to game mechanics and say, okay, we don't need fully fledged game mechanics. We need game mechanics that prompt us to develop our own game mechanics. I think this is really key because this is how the best story games work, and this is how, I mean, this is the only game that I know of that truly explores rules in this direction. But doing it more like that, you see really how just a few pointers can put you in a motion. Okay, now we know rules are associated with tiles. It has to do with movement. It has to do with resources. It has to do with some combat. And then you develop rules in that direction. You don't develop, oh, we want an auction or we want a market or something. So you can prompt people to say, develop these kind of rules.
Yeah, and also we've all played all these games, so we know what the rules are. If we meet 4 bandits in the road, we know what's going to happen. It doesn't have to happen, but it's not hard for us to imagine, what the games want us to do, and we can work with that.
And if we invest that into it, then we gain ownership of the game.
Yeah.
But if the game tells us exactly what the bandits look like, what they do to us, and even if they describe it in the most beautiful prose, it's never gonna feel
it's taking away from our narrative.
Yeah. Then, well, you told us a great story.
Yeah.
Brilliant story, but this is an interactive medium. Yeah. We're not here to listen to you. We're here for you to prompt us to tell our own stories.
Yeah. And the more we get to talk about the stories, the more we get to elaborate our own stories or come up with our own stories, the more fun we're gonna have.
Yeah.
And the more we can imagine things, the more we can, explore things that are only in our mind.
And what this game shows to me is that yes, you can do it with story. You can also do it with game mechanics. Yeah. And that's the key. For me, that is the takeaway of this game, that you can also prompt players into design their own mechanics.
And here it's so effortlessly done. It's so organic.
This is a masterpiece of a game.
Yeah.
It's a curveball. It came from a designer who I think he dabbled a little bit in games before, but really not a lot. So it's almost like a first game, and it's so fresh, and it's
super fresh. And it works so well. We have
something in the chat.
Jens says, give the players power.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Give them more power.
Always. I mean, the players are the ones who's actually spending time with this game. So give them room to play. Prize Crew, I wonder if it would work with less creative people. You two are obviously very good at it and a fantastic relationship in gaming. Wow. I would love to do this, but I don't know anyone who could play with it in such a creative way. That's a good point, because there are some game players that are not, that are very bound by the rules. That part of their enjoyment is to follow the rules. They like the systematics of it.
But I think one of the reasons that is so is also because people are not exposed to these kind of things. So of course, if you're playing Euro games with very strict rules and you're used to following along and you have rules lawyers at the table who look up every single little detail, then you are also being prompted to play games in a certain way, but.
You're advocating for a cultural shift in gamers.
I mean, I think that you have to be exposed to these things,
yes.
And you have to start somewhere. I don't think this is a bad place to start, because there is actually, we didn't use that, but there is kind of a cheat sheet in the game, where you can sort of, in a diagram, say if a creature is aggressive and it likes to be solitaire, what is it most likely to do?
Yeah.
So there are some kind of training wheels you can put on the game,
which I think you need to have, because players are not used to this open-ended thing.
If you're not used to it, you those training wheels can help you. I even think somebody designed almost a fully fledged AI. I'm not sure about this, but people have been discussing creating automated AI rules for the creatures in this game, and I think it's the completely wrong direction to take it in. But I think the real problem here is that you just need you need to be exposed to a different way of thinking before you start doing it. So I understand that it's difficult territory for many players, but I also think we just need to make more of these games so it becomes more natural to play
I think
like this.
that's the thing. The more games of this type that exists, the more that people get a sense of it and get a taste of it, the more they start to open up those centers of the brain where it's not only a system and a rule set that they have to adhere to, but they actually that there is a leeway, there's a buffer where you can actually be creative and you can explore the game in other ways.
Yeah, and you can do it also in a very safe way, where you have a fully fledged game, but you just need to add a few details here and there. And if you just expand that slowly, and then suddenly you'll find yourself, creating a new game mechanic on the fly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not. I mean, I understand, and there are also many people who play. Who only play solitaire games because they have no one to play with, or
they don't want to play.
or they don't want to because they feel that when there's a thing when you play alone, you get to tell your own story, and you're not it's not interfered with by other players. And I know that that's an argument for some solo players why they prefer solo, but. For me, it's just enriching playing with other people and trying to create that creative space between people. But you definitely need games that challenge you to do that.
You have to educate your Eurogame friends.
Yeah, I mean, I hate the word educate, but other than that, I think you're spot on.
So you heard it here first. The enemy of the education system.
Yeah. What does it?
After Devoured comes out, I'd love to try to make a game like this. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. That would be. I think that's a great way to try to challenge yourself in.
Basically, open up the mind.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to explore that in our games much more. And this game is a huge inspiration for it. We make, in a sense, we make games that are pretty different from this game. I think we would probably never have games that had so much detail in them like this game has, and so many components and all that. But the core idea here is super inspiring.
Yeah, and I think that the way we make games is that we're trying to take everything out of it. We're trying to make the most simple, the most basic games where all the content is actually generated by the players. As much as we can. And of course, there needs to be a setting, there needs to be a starting off point. But the more you can leave the game up to the players, the bigger the game can become.
Hey, they have to own it. In the end, it's the players who have to own it, and you can prompt them so much, and you can, and you can feed them a lot. And I think in solo games, prose works better in solo games because it's more like you're reading an interactive book, like Sword and Sorcery or Fighting Fantasy, it's called. And also Craig's Devoured game also works like that, with beautiful short prose passages that really put you in the mood of the story and helps you tell the story. But I think for these experiences where you have more people around the table, try to, instead of, it's an old thing from, it's like role-playing games in the 90s. Role-playing games in the 90s, the game master was this kind of video box who was sort of spouting images at you, and you had to make choices. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And then there was this change into what we in Denmark call the intrigue role-playing game, where instead of having an external plot that all the players were up against, you put the plot between the players. So you suddenly saw all the players as posts, tent posts, and then the plot was what was happening between them. And what was outside was just a frame. But before that, the players were basically just moving around in a group, meaning it was pointless. You didn't need to have 6 players because they were all just a hive mind. But and then the plot was around them. But when you put the plot in between them, it expanded, and you had the players in a circle with the plot in between them, and suddenly role-playing games exploded the minds of people. They became personal, they became interactive, they became emergent, they became so much more. And I think something of the same can be done with board games.
And the whole idea that role-playing games went from being linear, that you have to sort of discover the game master's story and sort of fight against the story, then the game master became a part of the group, basically.
But he basically just facilitated the frame.
Yeah.
And said, so, okay, this is... Because sometimes the frame has to interact, like, I don't know, the weather changes, or darkness falls, or there's someone scratching at your window or something. So he can play the external world, but you need to make the plot something that it happens between the players, which also means they need to allow the players to be not just listeners but also storytellers, so they tell part of their own story. And you need to give the players the power to invent themselves, and that was what changed role-playing. And I think in board games we're already playing with it in storyboard games, where you get to input some story, but if we want to go like full length, you have to also allow people to create their own game mechanics.
And I think that the idea that the games are sort of a simulation of a certain environment or certain story, I think it needs to go further than that. The game cannot be solely responsible for simulating this certain environment or this certain historical event or whatever. You have to, some of it has to go to the players, and they have to be responsible themselves to simulate.
You just have to trust your players. Trust that they will come up with something that's interesting.
Yeah, and they also know how to simulate. They are not dependent on rules in order to simulate a certain event or a certain consequence.
Absolutely. Do we have any last words from chat?
I think you two would make an incredible open rules game. Thank you. I can't wait to see it, especially if it has a solo mode. We have a solo player here, and yes, that is definitely something that we're aware of. I don't know if we're gonna make a solo game. It's undecided.
We might have a solo mode. We actually do have a solo game cooking, but let's see.
Well, let's see. We won't promise anything, but we are not. Well, you may be more of a solo player than I am.
Yeah, well, I kind of prefer playing with other people, but I can play solo.
Yeah, I think solo game is beautiful, actually. I like the idea, but I don't really do it myself.
No.
This video has inspired me.
Hey,
well, great.
Thanks.
That's great. That's awesome.
Happy to hear.
But I think with those lovely words from Prize Crew, I think we're gonna leave it there.
Yeah. So,
okay, what is the game? And
Far Away by Alexander Jerabek from Cherry Pick Games.
Cherry Pick Games. So check it out.
Check it out if you haven't checked it out. And as always, stop winning,
start losing,
and stay hopeless.
Thank you guys.
See you all next time. Thanks for tonight.